everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. Welcome back to Spooktober. More ring race on Fell Beast. This Fell Beast is on a nice little building here. This one's from Navarette Studios. Same folks that did a couple of our previous Fell Beasts here. Not exactly sure what we're doing glowy wise on the thing here. It might just be a little bit of some purple or something like that, or purplish blue or whatever. Here's another one that we did that's got some red glow on it. Now here's our last one. This is not from Navarette Studios, but this is our latest one right here. We actually have a version of this by Navarette Studios, so we'll be painting that one next Monday. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Well, I hope the well, I hope that one is gonna be, I don't know, more rugged than the other one, because it sounds like the other one kind of took a hit and that was the end of it right there. Well, I think it's taken multiple hits, probably over time. So yeah, this one's from Navarette Studios, and oh, good, here this is I didn't even get a chance to upload this video here, so we'll have to upload it overnight, and that'll go up tomorrow. Hey there, Recoil. So Rico, I'm glad that the stream was going great. Once there's more folks in the chat, if you want to share, your usual links and all that, please go ahead and do that. So I'm glad, Rico, that the streaming has. I think it's kind of been fun, and would you say that it's kind of helped? I guess kind of keep the hobby stuff on track. Hey, they're nice to see you, Dark Horse. Happy Thursday. I almost said happy Monday. But happy Thursday. Well, yeah, we got 55 minutes of Thursday. Sorry that this is later. So again, great to see you there, Dark Horse. Yeah, it's been one of them kind of days. Now, some of this stuff that you're seeing down here on the interior, that is those are actually, I think, from Zabavka. So yeah, those are added on basing beds. The wall just is literally the wall, and then that there's nothing else as far as the Navarette Studios file goes. Rico, that really is fantastic. Because I know that life things really want to get in the way, don't they? You know what? I think I can zoom in here just for funsies. One time at least. We may not be able to see everything all at once, but I think it's still better doing that. I've also been fooling around with this that new build plate that I got for the bamboo. That arrived, I want to say, on Monday. I think it was Monday when that showed up. And it's a very different kind of build plate. It's a hot plate as opposed to the regular old cool plate. And there's just this weird thing of the not recognizing the plate marker. So imagine you go to print something in resin and the printer just keeps saying, I don't recognize your build plate. It's sort of important because all of the settings that it does are based on the type of build plate you say that you have going. So if you have a cool plate or a texture plate or something like that, it needs to know which type that you're using. Don't want to do too much in areas that ostensibly would be in shadows. Speaking of which, I might just do that. Let me see if we can almost kind of just do that more as, say, like a generic white glow almost, with really no color to it. And then maybe have a little more color in the Fell Beast. So let's see if we can make that work a little bit. It'll be tricksy for folks because they'll think we're trying to do we're in film noir mode or something like that. So Dark Horse, hopefully everything is going well for you here on this almost Friday. So happy almost Friday. Fine. We'll throw a little something, something there. What about this stuff over here? We'll throw something over here if we don't like it, or if we want to do a more of an actual color there, we can. Speaking of, maybe we. All right, fine, fine. We'll try this, right, Dark Horse. So again, Dark Horse, thanks for being here as always. Appreciate that. Again, I know that the times have been really, really, really wacky as far as when we're doing these things. Yeah, let me see if I can throw a little bit of this lighter. Well, that's essentially our yellow ochre color there. There's a little too much of that. What's going on with this? Okay, good, nothing. I sure hope you get a chance to do some of that, Dark Horse. Sometimes the time where you're not able to do it piles up really quickly, doesn't it? You think, oh, it's only been a few days. No, it's been a few weeks. Oh, wait a minute, it's been months. So I did the same thing that we've been doing with a lot of these is some of the preliminary kind of airbrushy type stuff. So yeah, Armored Wolf, no compressor. That's kind of the thing. I was really even more so than the primer. I was really hoping for that compressor because there was a bunch of videos I was hoping to try to do, and until we get that, that's a no dice on those things. That will not happen. Ooh, okay. All right, that was a little too much right there. Went in there and said, yeah, that's maybe more of the not radiant indigo than I wanted. Let's see how we can make this work, and then we'll do our darker glazy stuff, like we've been doing on all the other fell beasts and Nazgul. Now, did you get the Cav there, Dark Horse, or did you get kind of a mix of some of the heroes? Oh, yeah, Dark Horse. Oh, geez, that's the other thing. I never got a chance to base the Karn Doom guys that I got that are actually assembled in some of the special characters. But not Kurzlik, Diwali. Is it Diwali or is it Kurzlik? I think yeah, Diwali. Their November release is Karn Doom, which is the. Did I not predict it? Did I not say there was going to be a real fast turnaround on that Karn Doom stuff? Especially since, well, Kurzlik and everybody else has been doing a lot of Arnor stuff. Yeah, baby. They're doing Karn Doom. So I'll just, I've got, what, the 6 guys that I got and the characters from Forge World, but I will, all the rest of that army now gets filled out with the Diwali stuff. So, yay me. So I hope you have fun with those, Dark Horse. So Dark Horse, gee whiz, now what's in the battle host? I've never gotten a battle host, and I don't know if the Forge World version of battle host is a little bit different than, say, the regular, say, Warhammer slash 40k version and plastic of war hosts or battle hosts. But yeah, I only got a brief chance to look at them. So needless to say, we'll be doing those on the channel here. I will be curious to see when folks are going to be doing the new War of the Rohirrim stuff. I think Dark Horse that Diwali is kind of well. I think Printing Goes Ever On is going to do something that doesn't really look like them. But I don't want to say they've run through all of their Middle Earth sets that they could do, but they're getting close. They're getting close to kind of running out of subject matter. So I figured that they would jump on these guys pretty quick. That they would just GD would think, aha, look at what we just did, and that everybody that I know would go, aha, thank you very much. Now we have a whole new, we got like 2 months of Patreon releases now. So that's what I'm hoping for. Now again, we're just, we're taking some of that, was it the Mars Violet there? Yeah. Now I might need to do a replenishment on the medicine maybe a little sooner than usual. It was one of these crazy days where there was all these messages, and I ended up over at the neighbor's house. I thought I was just going to be there for about maybe 15 minutes, and it turned out to be longer than that. Wow, geez, Dark Horse, that had to be a little bit of coinage right there, because I'm just thinking what there's what I think the two heroes. There's the shaman. Don't squeeze the shaman. Then there is the sort of I don't know if it's a generic captain figure. Then there's the 6 regular troops. I think it's 6 regular sculpts, right? Or, well, there's some of those are either or. There's you can have a banner, not have a banner. I forget exactly. I think it's 6 in that package, if you want to call it that. Because I don't think it's 5. I think it is actually 6. 12 to say, okay, the 12 makes, now that makes more sense there because I'm thinking, well, all right, if it's a kit of 6, how are they breaking that into 16? What do we got here? I think we're going to go warmer on this side. So Recoil, if you wanted to share your stuff in the chat there, we got some folks, we got some eyeballs. If you want to share your link, and everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow, and of course Dark Horse, if you ever want to share something in the chat there, please go ahead and do that. Gonna hit you again. And then after this, we get really into all of the glazy goodness. There's going to be a bunch of that. And we're going to hit this here. Also this. Also something over here. Oh, Mr. Felby's there. Somebody please check out that link that Recoil just posted, and while you're at it, please give Recoil a follow. Hit this some more up here. So Recoil, those boxes for the cookies worked out way better than I thought they would. They were a fraction of the price of Tupperware stuff. Obviously, you can actually see what's in there, which is kind of nifty. I mean, that's the whole point of doing the cookies, right? So you can actually see what's in there. It looks a little bit more like a gift instead of like you're just trying to smuggle weed or something like that. And I think I got 20 of those for the same price that I would have gotten, man, maybe 4 to 6 Tupperware things that folks might have also then have felt obligated to try and return or whatever. So this is just much more fun. I can't say that's really an original idea. I actually got the idea from Armored Wolf because of the all the Christmas treats that are sent this way, the macaroons and the what are the two types of fudges there, Armored Wolf? I mean, this is a cuisine channel. We haven't talked about food in like 12 seconds. But oh, this is it the peanut butter fudge? Oh, hey, Armored Wolf. I think I told you that I found that screwball stuff. Yeah, they just have that at our local pharmacy. So between that and the peanut butter fudge, we're well covered. It did take a little bit to figure out exactly how you're supposed to fold those things up. That was a little more tricksy than what I was expecting. But they seemed to hold together reasonably well once you got them all set. Hey there, Nurgle Matthew. It is still a happy Thursday here. So a happy Thursday. And of course, Nurgle Matthew, if you wanted to share something in the chat, that would be great. And of course, Nurgle Matthew, have you had a chance to play around with the oils over the last several days? Hopefully so. And everybody, again, please check out that link that Recoil posted, and please also give Recoil a follow. So I guess there were supposed to be northern lights down here, but I'm fairly certain with all the light pollution, that was a no dice kind of a thing here. Okay, now I believe we're going to try and do some darker glazy stuff on here. Where shall we begin? I might need to let me do this. You know, I might actually roll with some of our violet here. And as always, we're just touching the brush to the figure here. That's it. We're just touching the brush to it, nothing else. A little more thin. Let's go back to the stuff here. Oh, look at that one brush stroke. Boom. Look at that, too. Yeah, I mean, if you wonder why the oils just don't take very long, this might just be why. Oh, and then hashtag no watermarks there, right? I think I will punch up this side a little. Yep. Obviously, we're going to have our temporary shiny effect there as the tinting that we're doing with this starts to set. And of course, this video will be going up on the Patreon page tomorrow. I did a little group of some Necron ships, part of our painting small scale. Hey there, Doji. Nice to see ya. So, happy Friday, Doji. I hope that you're doing fantastic. Try and hit a little something darker there. little quick precursor to some darker stuff down there. More of our, yeah, more of the Van Dyke brown. Boom. There we go. Oh, thanks, Doji. That was a very interesting experimental video there, Doji. The only rats I've ever painted was a one Blood Bowl Skaven team. That's it. And I gotta say that Blood Bowl Skaven don't really count. Well, at least not the old school Blood Bowl figs, because those well, they mostly have armor and stuff on them. Doji, I was, September was really hard to keep up with the 10 vids. I ended up getting to 8 somehow. I think this one will be the third one already for this month. If yeah, it'll be the third one for this, or will it be the fourth? No, I think this one will be the fourth one actually. Going back to the warmer stuff for, that's actually armored, isn't it? Huh. Whoops. Okay. That that one went a little further than it was supposed to, but that's all pretty much in shadow anyhow. So I think maybe it just works out okay. Let me see what might just happen. I'm gonna get some Fulton over here. The more thinner. Ah, there we go. So those ships that I was doing, I just showed. I was trying to do the some pin line washi stuff, but I was using the inks, and all of a sudden I went from real capillary action to back to the pretend capillary action of acrylics. It was not fabulous. Obviously, no ability to do all the wet blending type stuff either. So Doji, if you want to share anything in the chat there, please go ahead. Thanks, Armored Wolf. I guess it's going to be one of those kind of streams. Oh, speaking of which, the last stream, the reason it ended so abruptly is because since I was streaming a little bit later, and it was that kind of mid part of the week, sort of, by then, anyway, it was in the Tuesday morning. That is when the internet company says, people don't need the internet at this point. We're going to turn it off for about 3 minutes, and it'll be great. It won't be as great as a Hasty Mato raid. Hasty, how you doing? Don't be hasty, little hobbitses. Here. No, seriously, don't be hasty. Unless you're trying to get away from this fell beast. Thank you so much, Hasty. How you doing? Everybody please give Hasty Mato a follow. So Hasty, we are painting another fantastic Nazgul on Fell Beast from Navarette Studios. Here is the first one that we painted. That was in our color scheme to match our Harad army. This one also from Navarette, a little bit different glow on this one. Obviously, he's got some Rohan snacks right there. That was our second one from Navarette Studios. Then we did this one Monday. Yes. This one's not from Navarette Studios. We have one that's basically the same sort of aquatic theme, also from Navarette Studio. But this one is from Medusa Project. That's another one of our, and see a little different glowy color on there. We also have we have one other fell beast, but this is a little easier to reach from Navarette Studios. That would be the Necromancer, right there. So of course, Hasty, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead and do so. And again, much appreciated for the raid. I'm sure the stream was a blast. And again, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Everybody, speaking of sharing, please check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. That's more fabulous oil painted miniatures right there. So go check that out. Oh, yeah. This is what I wanted. I knew. So this is our not burnt umber. Just like our ice blue is our not indigo, radiant indigo, or not radiant, or indigo. Now we're going to chuck some of this in here. It's almost like a bit of precursor weathering and also making that a little darker. More thinner in there. We're just using regular oil paints. Regular old oil paint, that's it. So Hasty, I hope that everything goes very, very well. And again, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. What can we... I'll just use you as a blending brush, fine. Whatever, good enough. I'll see you later there, Doji. I think it's November something, November 3rd or whatever. I think it's somewhat earlier in November that all the whole was at the fall back, spring forward, all that kind of stuff happens. That's fantastic, Hasty. Everybody again, please give Hasty a follow. So Hasty, yeah, really love working with the Sculpey. Absolutely love it. Now, of course, a variety of ways that we use it here. We used it to basically do these texture sheets right here. Now, Hasty, is it the regular Sculpey, Sculpey 3, Super Sculpey? I know, is that, there's the Fimo stuff. Let's see, well, actually, I wonder, do I see my, no, well, let me scroll on up here. Oh, we do have, this was made out of Sculpey here. Oh, gee whiz, I have to scroll down further there, don't I? Here he is. So yeah, there's some Sculpey there. That was our Great Beast of Golgoroth. We're showing that because we still need to redo. Whoops, I think I scrolled on past it again here. Sorry about that. Unless a lot of those are missing. No, that's not them. That's what I'm looking for. So that is also made out of Sculpey right there. That was very fun. And here's another thing made out of Sculpey. The old original Sculpey. I use it for the basing because it's so easy to carve. Now the gray extra firm, that's what I use for all of the texture roller basing stuff because that works out really well. And here now I can scroll on back down to my scene like so. And let me see if I can at least grab a piece. So yeah, this is the gray extra firm. It works really well for rolling out the Sculpey. Oh, thanks, Hasty. Appreciate that. So see you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good one. And of course, Hasty, if you wanted to share anything in chat, that'd be fantastical. And then people could also check that out. And then be sure to give Hasty a follow while you're at it. Please do that. Try and maybe get a little bit more of the red in there too. Hasty, well, it's a perfect Spooktober theme, is it not? That's really fantastic. I'm sure they look super nifty too. Now, Hasty, are you using basically if you're using original Sculpey, then it's not going to have all those different colors in it. So I wasn't sure if you were painting yours afterwards. So everybody please check out the Instagram. Yeah, the Instagram there that Hasty just posted. And please give Hasty a follow while you're at it. Again, what are we using? We are using regular oil paints here. Regular oil paints right out of the tube. Oh, I want to say 30 minutes ago this had no paint on it whatsoever. Yes, this is was one of our fabulous paint-free objects. It goes fast because we can do something like that, right? And now we're going to then do something like that. So we plop the paint down there and then we push it around and manipulate it. Now we're going to get some dark stuff over here. Might let a little bit of the Perline red mix. Now I also have the Perline crimson out on the palette, but right now we're rocking and rolling the Perline red. Back to our thinner here. Oh, that should be fantastic there, Hasty. Now, we used to, what was the other thing? Oh, yeah, these were Sculpey and also epoxy sculpt. Where's, it was these Engines of the Gods here. Oh, there we are. So the two engines in the Engines of the Gods in back, those were mostly Sculpey, and then there was also some epoxy sculpt here and there. Even some green stuff, but that was Sculpey right there too. That palanquin for Baby Bobo. Let's see here. Let me move this like this way. Get a little bit more. There we go. Right on the underside there. Now we're going to throw some of this on the armor over here. Let that do its thing. So earlier we did some of our lighter dry brush type stuff, and that is what this is kind of mixing into. You can see there's some of the lighter stuff there on the brush. I wonder, can we make this? I think we can make that a little darker there. Now I want to get back. There's my reddish brown. This is 3D printed from Navarette Studios. We've done 3 of our Fell Beasts already since our first October stream. I have 2 other ones that are printed out and just need their basing to be finished. I believe I have printed out 3 more since then. So we ain't gonna run out of Fell Beasts, not at least not anytime soon. And those 3 that I just printed up, those are also from Navarette Studios. Hoping that there is an outside chance, maybe one of these streams that Navarette Studios could maybe join us. I think that would be very fun. You know what? I should get my Perline black out here. That's not black, that's our dark green. Where are you sitting? There you are. That'd be this stuff right here. So a very, very dark green. I have to break out that Courbet green once in a while. It's been a while since I used. I think gee whiz, I might only used it on that one tutorial video. Huh. Where are we at here? Back to our sort of reddish brown. That's as much to tint that as anything else. What we haven't really had a chance to do on the wings is any sort of little markings or whatever. Let me see if maybe this brush is soft enough to do that. Okay, if we're going to do this, let's just position some of these here. It's a wee bit on the glazy side. Not 100% because it's not going all over the place. It's kind of borderline glazy. And we'll do another one here. Not wanting to do a whole bunch of spots everywhere. Recoiled the apple chips. Those also looked really good. I hope they turned out, well, I hope they tasted as good as they looked. They did look really good. Certainly hoping to be able to do that myself. Now, so again, you can see the difference between that side and that other side. That's good recoil. And I know you were saying that one of the keys to getting a better result was one of the things was the thickness of the slices, right? Just like with those cookies, I really kind of learned got a little better sense of the oven. And thanks for the donation thing because I got a new mixer. Because one that actively has smoke coming out of it while you're trying to use it with that type of dough, maybe not the best one to be having around. So yeah, I'm getting rid of that one. I'm going to get a little more of the lighter opaque stuff into that. I guess my next question, Rico, is does Squeak try to steal those? I mean, I would imagine that Squeak does try to abscond with a whole bunch of different food products. But yeah, I just kind of thought, I wonder if that's something that a certain mischievous little four-legged creature might just want to do. Especially since that particular four-legged creature just might be the canine version of Prinkles, right? Well, you guys do worship me as a god, right? Why would you not want me to have these apple chips? Wow, oh geez, Rico, I could see that making a big difference. Heck, I saw the difference just 1 minute made with the cookies. Going with 11 minutes in the oven instead of 12. Did she sense the healthiness of it recoil? I think just sensing that healthiness made Squeak kind of go, nope, I am taking a pass on this stuff. Where's my Oh, well, I'm kind of using my blending brush, so we'll have to find a different one for that. So thank you so much, Hasty. Appreciate that. So Hasty, thanks for the raid, and everybody again, please give Hasty Middle a follow. So Hasty, have yourself a good night's sleep. Of course, appreciate you being here. See what we might be able to do here. Not so sure about source thing, but I'm going to give it a shot here. I'll lighten that up. Lighten up this. Trying to save the white, or sorry, the orange source lighting for the Witch King. Yeah, huge surprise, right? Recoil. Although it is probably the same creature that would eat, say, something out of a cat's litter box. Still, they have to maintain some kind of standards, right? I guess recoil, would you recommend based on your experience an apple that's got more sweetness to it or tartness? Because I know you added what the cinnamon to it, right? Recoil. Well, here, oh look who comes back to the scene of the crime. It's Blades. Recoil. Look at that. So Blades, nice to see it. Blades, I hope that your stream was a lot of fun earlier today. Sorry that I couldn't join you. At least I think it was earlier today. Unless it was yesterday, in which case I'm totally out of whack. Everybody please give Blades81 a follow. And of course, Blades, if you want to share your latest, greatest in the chat, please go ahead and do that too. Again, everybody please give Blades81 a follow. So Blades, I'm sorry that I haven't had a chance to ask if maybe things are starting to break in your favor there and resolve more quickly. Is that the word I'm looking for? So I might just do this, just like a generic, literally just a white glow there, and also not terribly intense either. Recoil, that's, I know Kathy always liked, what was that, more like the Granny Smith, whatever the more tart ones are, I think the green ones maybe. For me, the Inzabraben, basically these sweeter apples, huge surprise, I know, that actually shocks everybody. So Blades, oh yeah, Blades, I didn't get a chance to make my fromage today because was uh, at the neighbor's house. So tomorrow's going to have to be a big fromage day. So everybody please check out this the work in progress link that Blades is going to be posting in a few seconds here. And of course, please give Blades a follow while you're at it. Let me try and check a little bit more of our white down there. We'll let that mix with what's already on there. You know what, I might even, just for funsies, do this here. Same there. Ooh, you know, oh, wow, okay. Let's get a little bit of light stuff going on here. So everybody please check out that link that Blades just posted, and please give Blades a follow while you're at it. Now, Rico, will you be doing your stream again? Well, let's see. That would be. Is it either late night for you or is it morning? I think it's morning for you when you're doing your streams. Or no, it must be nighttime. So Rico, yeah, the sweeter apples that like you say, the pink lady, that would definitely be something I would like. So I'm glad to see those that worked. Rico, yeah, I'll think I'll try and maybe this November when I don't have to worry about the air conditioner, because yeah, those are on the same circuit right now. So that would kind of go boom if I were to. I mean, I can have the air fryer on for the 10 or 15 minutes. I'm just cooking regular stuff, but that would be a no bueno for running it for 60, 80 minutes or something like that. In the wintertime, it won't matter. Well, that is if we have a genuine winter time here. So that's how I get a little bit more of the essentially Payne's gray, but it's kind of a bluish Payne's gray. 46 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. I'm just throwing it out there. So Recoil is again fixing to do another stream tonight. Everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow so that you do not miss the alert there when Recoil sounds the alarm and goes live. I'm gonna. Well, here, let me extend that a little further this way. Just doing some dry brush stuff there. The chompers here. Let me get a little bit of maybe the yellow, either this or the Mars Yellow Deep. Let me try the Mars Yellow Deep. Is this going to be light enough? Oh, yeah. Well, at least for this here. Well, basing is life, right, Recoil? There's no miniatures without bases, that's for sure. Whether it's a plint or a diorama, you just gotta have some fantastic basing, don't you, Recoil? Spin this over. And then see what I can do down here. A little bit lighter down there. Ooh, that's going to be too much thinner right there. We are gonna aim scrape from that. We're gonna back away, then have less thinner. Are there two teeths that there are? Now there was supposed to be Aurora Borealis here that we could see. I saw nothing but light pollution. I was getting pictures from folks from Tennessee and Kentucky that had northern lights. Us here up north, not so much. Go figure. Although I do think that the light pollution has something to do with that. don't know if I want to go much lighter than this, at least on the teeths. Lighten that up on the inside. Want to see. Actually, I'm seeing a little bit of the greenishness in there. Let me try. Come on. There we go. No, that's also going to be way too wet there. Yeah, recoil. You don't have to. What would you say? You don't have to kill yourself to have something really nifty. Again, with all the nifty tools that are out there now, really, right? You don't have to. Well, you don't have to sculpt an entire mosaic tile base anymore. Literally chunk by chunk. Don't have to do that anymore. I do have a tutorial video showing you how to do that if that's what you want to do out of also Sculpey. Throw some of that right in there. Now, what about on the dorsal side of the wings here? Is that getting too light too fast? Well, maybe we'll do the other arm a little darker. It's setting up to be in shadow, sort of. So again, Bleeds, great to see you here. I'm gonna take some of that lemon yellow, mix that in with this. Yeah, recoil, even, and there's basing kits, right? I know Green Stuff World, I was hoping to try one of those at some point. But they have different tufts in there. They might have crackle paint in one. They might have just a regular texture paste in another. I'm gonna maybe try to get a little bit of that white out there. Now that video that I was telling you about, this is the thing that wasn't able to do right. Take this blending brush here and then just pushing that paint around. Turn him over this way and then maybe a little bit more of that perline black here. That, yes, recoil. Now, of course, the advantage to printing is that you can scale them up. And when I started doing some of the 72 mil sculpts and such, that proved to be kind of helpful. Hit a little bit more. There we are, some light right in there. A little more of a light right over in here. I'm going to use this as a micro fill brush. It is still mixing with stuff. Now what I think I might do again is go refresh the medicine here real quick like. Now when I come back, I want to get to our umber color. I'm going to try and get some more of that kind of tucked away in here. Maybe a little something on these veins. I'm not quite sure yet. Not quite sure. I mean, even the most recent video that I did, it was essentially a set of color test pieces there because I knew I had a basic idea created by the AI, and we'll be definitely painting some of those on stream. So nobody go away. We'll be back with the rest of our Nazgul on Fellbeast here. He's not necessarily from a specific location, like say our Knight of Umbar and our Betrayer, because I mean those are clearly associated with certain forces, armies, if you want to call them that. All right, so I'm looking for my Rohan. I'll be back screen. It just kind of keeps changing locations here. We'll locate it, and like I said, we'll be right back. Hey there, Valfira. Nice to see you. So actually, Bambi is doing a print now. Valfira, I have that new build plate. That was well, there's a little something where I thought, oh my gosh, is this new build plate also messed up? It was a printing goes ever on file. It was a building, and so instead of the bottom edge being like, I swear that it was tilted up a little bit like this for whatever stupid reason, because instead of printing a flat rectangle like that, it actually printed something like this. and then it was over here. You could kind of tell that it was trying to do a second layer in midair, and I was getting all these spaghetti errors. Now, of course, it was happening on like layer 2 or 3, so it wasn't like I'd wasted hours and tons of filament or something like that. It just was. I didn't realize that's what it was. So then I actually took it into the slicer and I basically cut away as best as I could, just one layer's worth of stuff, and then it printed fine. But yeah, Valfira, I'm getting extra spoil. Oh, by the way, see how we got these hard edges here? See how these are soft edges now? This is something we can do with the oils that we cannot do, right, with the acrylics. Look at this. See how we're just getting in there and fading away some of those edges? So Valfira, I'd never used a hot plate before, and this one doesn't. It says you're not supposed to use the glue stick on it for PLA, anyways. And I've always used the glue stick, so now Valfira, it's even more what you say differentiated from the resin printer because the resin and I that's what I have to do after the stream is take prints off of the resin printer. Holy smokes! Now it's like all I literally have to do is pull the thing off of there, stick it back on, and then start printing again. And I'm kind of getting spoiled, Valfira. Yeah, Valfira, we're doing. Oh gosh, let me see if I can. Here we go. So remember, this is one that had the white glow, and then kind of the same thing here with our Saruman. Those are the only two times I ever did that, Valfira. So well, let's give it a shot again here. That could be very fun. So great to see you there, Valfira. And Valfira, yeah, those were some nifty looking things that you sent there. Um, so it would seem that the cookies are a hit. So I dropped again some off at the folks with the pharmacy, again because they went above and beyond with Kathy and all that kind of stuff. So I wanted to bring some to them, and then some to the neighbors. How's about we welcome Sirico Creations, Sirico or Sirocco. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give. I'm gonna go with Sirocco because it kind of sounds fun saying it like that. Everybody, please give Sirocco Creations a follow. So Sirocco, how you doing? Thank you so much. We are painting in some oil paints here. Another fabulous Fell Beast. These are from Navarette Studios. This is the first one that we did. So this is to match our Harad army. So we got kind of the purple glow, and we got the deep blues and everything else there. Then we did this one over here. This one would kind of be sort of more of an Isengard theme, given the Rohan Horsey and some Rohan snacks down there. This was the second one that we did. But wait, there's more. So Sirocco, okay. We'll go with Sirico. This one's not from Navarette Studios. This is from Medusa Project, but this one we did on Monday. Yeah, this was our stream on Monday right here. Oh, and by the way, this is all painted with oils, and as you can see, I got my hand on it, right? It's all done with the oil paints, a little different glow. This one is the Knight of Umbar, so more of an aquatic theme. Thanks, Velfira. Those, those were super fun. Oh, wait, another Fell Beast here. So this one is also from Medusa Project. This is Kamul the Easterling. Kamul the Easterling there. And we've got, well, we're trying to do lots of spooky things, right? Here's the Necromancer. That is also a Navarette Studios sculpt. Let me get you back over there. Hey, Cobra Snake, how you doing? So, Circo, again, if you want to share something in the chat, you go on and do that. Oh, by the way, 1 hour and 5 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. whatsoever. There was nothing. There was no paint on this guy here. We are using traditional oil paints. And as I mentioned there, these are this by this time tomorrow, if it's not completely dry, it's gonna have a mostly be dry. Maybe not completely, but a decent amount of the drying will have happened. No problem there, Cobra Snake. I hope that you do it very well. Of course, happy Friday. Yeah, no, it's happy Friday here too. So happy Friday to everybody. Thanks, Jericho. Appreciate that. Well, the oils really help. But like even with these spots here, I could just plop the paint down there, take a brush, any brush has no paint on it, and then just sort of blend those. It also works really well for things like freehand, and of course, well, we've done most of the Shatterpoint figures also on stream. Whether they're the Stormtroopers, lots of glowy things naturally, because this is the Object Source Lighting channel after all. And oh yeah, here's the this is some more Lord of the Rings goodness. We have painted so many armies on stream. We painted this whole army, our Rohan army, a big Fangorn Forest army, but of course, we do more than that. We've been painting up Tomb Kings, we've been painting up Bretonnians. Here's some more of our Tomb King goodness right here. This one is from Highland Miniatures, but we've also been doing some. Here we go. This is from Titan Forge here. And we have much more Tomb King goodness to follow. Thank you so much, Snossery. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that follow. Gandalf appreciates that too. Okay, so what is the deal here? This is like the 10th murder chicken I've seen. Not a chicken. It's like you just you'll get feathers one day, I promise. You sure they're not gonna shoot me? It's like that I can't promise. Easy to lie to these guys. What's gonna happen? Now we actually had back-to-back Gandalf sixes on the last stream. There we go. That is a good roll. Again, if he mentions pipeweed, sadly, that's what tends to show up there. Let's see. So, Sireko, the definitely. Well, you know what? Here, actually, it's easier to see these with this all backed out. But you want to do things like this, these color charts when you're first starting out, because it shows several things, not just that this one is lighter than that one. You can see how this one kind of gets overwhelmed by the white, whereas this one almost is the exact opposite. This overwhelms the white. This is also super opaque, very translucent. This is more matte. This is this is much more, shall we say, shiny or glossy. Just some colors are like that, not too many. And maybe just take one light color, one dark color, and do yourself a value study. If it's something like Undead, well, now it's got like a whole noir feel to it. So Cobra Snake. Actually, I have an entire Lizard Man kind of mega painting series going on the Patreon page. We'll also be painting a bunch of Lizzies on stream too. So probably as we get into, say, Jan, February, whatever, you'll be seeing a ton of lizards on stream. Because, of course, when we get into especially December, what are we going to be doing? All kinds of fabulous ornaments. Yes. Ornaments of round and ornaments of flat. So, yeah, oh, the party skinks. That's right. I also have some fabulous Lizard Man busts that I'll be using for some tutorial videos, because reasons. Let me see if we can. There we go. Mix in. This is the Williamsburg Paynes Gray. and some of our ice blue together. Yeah, trying to create a little bit of a source-like kind of thing, but just going with the white here. We have all those different colors of lighting that we showed you before. We're going to be doing the undying, I think, in basically sort of a green. We'll have to figure out what's going to happen with the Shadow Lord. Not sure there. I was hoping to not do any yellow glow there. All right, we'll see you later, Sarako. Thank you so much for being here. Now, of course, we have another Witch King that we'll be doing. That'll also be from Navarette Studios. That's going to get the orangey glow, because Witch King and all that. So yes, we will be getting back to another Witch King there. It is kind of funny that I now have two different fell beasts that are on, a base like this. So I don't need to sculpt another thing like that. Well, that was also done from Sculpey. Now the White Super Sculpey. I might try to steal a little bit more of our light along there. A little more. Oops, not that much more there. Oh, look, it's almost like an eraser. And then we'll be coming back with our dark in there anyhow, so not really something I'm worried about. Try and get me a little more of my lighter stuff here. And then see, this is almost to get like a blending brush here, where we take stuff that's already on the figure and then just try to blend that. So Velfair, I'm not sure if you had a chance to share your dragon or anything like that in the chat there, or if you wanted to do that, please go ahead. Sorry if I forgot to ask. Oh, the other thing we've been doing a lot of lately is, well, terrain pieces. Yes, that's a 28mm scale ship. We painted 3 of those. Each one came in 2 pieces. It had the fabulous shields on there. Again, that's for our Coursers of Umbar. And then we've been doing lots of Easterling terrain. I printed up a giant palace, 28 pieces. It's essentially, well, it's 2 stories tall. No, it's actually technically 2.5 stories tall. But actually, really genuinely like 2.5 stories tall. That I'm going to try and, I don't know if I'll get a chance to do the primer painting on that this week. We'll see. I would really like to be able to. Okay, so a little more of this blue over there. A little bit of it over here. So again, using the regular oil paints right out of the tube here. And as I mentioned before, this, if it's not, again, completely dry by tomorrow, within a day or two, it'll be definitely absolutely dry. Maybe you wouldn't want to put any kind of varnish or something over the top of it, but close enough. You could definitely travel with it and use it in a game, no doubt about that. I am going to get me a little more thinner on there so that it flows easier. Whereas, sure, I'll use you as a blending brush here. And again, that is where the speed advantage with the oils is. Same up here. Instead of a whole bunch of layers, nah, just going to plop that color on there, take my blending brush and do the rest. Now, Velfira, those, is that run of the meds, is that starting to, much like that other process that you had to go through for months and months and months, is it, I guess, are you on the downside of that, where there will be less and less of it, or that run of that certain thing is gonna, you won't have to keep doing that? Because I know that's made things extra fun. And I know, well, I know that if the weather gets cool and stays cool, that works out well for the allergies. The whole bouncing back and forth, not so much. I think you and I, we are both rooting for genuine winters this winter. I'm hoping that this can almost there give it a little bit of a shadow right there. You see, I think that is going to actually also reach over to his other arm here. Slightly. Just a little. Oh, you know what? This part of the hood right there should get caught by that. Oh, thanks, Blades. And of course, Blades, we got more folks here in the chat. If you wanted to share, want to share that again, please feel free to do that. Now over here, I want that to be warmer. Let me try the Van Dyke Brown. Maybe some of the green. That I'm going to go over here. Like so, maybe more of the green. Okay. So everybody please check out the Insta link. The Blades just shared, and please give Blades a follow if you could. And of course, Rico, if you want to share you share your stuff again there in the chat, please go ahead. And if we then give Rico13 a follow. Okay, so now we've got more again. So that ambient light. What is happening here? I think we'll go rust. Let's get ourselves some rusty things happening on this guy. Which we got sitting right over there. Maybe we'll get some of our asphaltum for some very dark rust. At least to begin with here. And of course, as our latest, this is going to go up on the Patreon page tomorrow. Painted up a little set of test Coertus Necron ships. And the request was for Necron ships that look like jade with magenta lighting. I also actually have to add some bronze. There's some areas out here that we're going to add some of the bronze, little trim things, nothing too expansive or extensive. But yeah, we did these little guys, and we will be doing a video on those as well. If everybody could please check out that link that Recoil just shared. And of course, please give Recoil a follow while you're at it. I think this will do it here. Down into the crevices with the rusty stuff here. Back over to this. Everybody check out that Instagram link there. So Valfira, those little boxes, they really worked out well. They look actually way nicer than I expected. Believe it or not, they sort of look nicer in person than they do in the, what would you call it, the photos on Amazon. It usually doesn't work that way, right? Usually it's the opposite way. So Recoil, we'll have to figure out. I'm not quite sure I'll ever be able to send those your way. At least not, well, they would be more like cookie dust. It would be a box of dust that would probably arrive to you. Maybe crumbs at most, which I think Squeak would probably then just be, well, yeah, you don't want those crumbs. You don't want those crumbs. Here, let me clean that up for you. You just leave that box sitting right here. Maybe just dump that box out on the floor, and I'll get you cleaned up right quick. No problem. So I also have a set of two sets of them for Christmas too. You know what? Let me try all the way from Venice or just from Richardson. Some of the Venetian red here. That's basically our Terra Rosa color. Don't need much of it. Again, blades. I do hope that. I wasn't sure what kind of maybe. I know sometimes you do the traveling thing, like around Thanksgiving and such, or sometimes I know you said when the next one was going to be possibly not February, right? I think I'm also getting that mixed up with somebody else who was just talking about their travel plans coming up. So if I'm mixing you up with somebody else, I apologize there. Oh, look at that. Using some of my rust to separate that. I wonder. Ah, yes, I can. I can get even closer there. So yeah, I wish there was some way to magically transport those there. Now, Armored Wolf has successfully been able to sell the macaroons, right, Sarge? Those, I mean, the fudge, again, was, oh, was that? That's the peanut butter fudge, right, Armored Wolf? And well, we'll see how the new mixer works when it comes time to make the Christmas cookies. You know what? I'm going to try and get a little smidge of that over here. And again, this is the nutmeg log recipe. So you're looking at the I think it's both vanilla and rum extract. Obviously nutmeg, 2 sticks of butter, 3 cups of flour, and that is why we needed to get the new mixer because I would have thought that butter would be easier on a mixer instead of practically making the thing set on fire. Now that when the mixer is over 60 years old, that also has a little something to do with it. This is a cuisine channel, by the way. It's not just a Lord of the Rings channel, an oil painting channel, a cavalry channel, an object source lighting channel, technically a freehand channel. See, this one covers a lot of the bases there, so we've got a decent amount of rust on that, which is more of a color contrast. What better way to illustrate that? I think we have a way, right, Velfira? How's about this? Yeah, look at that. There's not much of anything going on, especially on that side, till we do this. This is why I really just do not like the whole limited palette thing, right? Because what does it sound like? It sounds very limited to me. You don't have to have 20 million colors to have a full palette or whatever. Oh yeah, I was wondering, Blades, is there not going to be a council of miniature painters this month given Halloween and all that kind of stuff? I wasn't sure because I'm thinking, I think the 29th is Tuesday. So backtrack 28. So 27th of October. No, wait a minute. Never mind. Yeah, it'd be 27th of October. Nah, that's too much of the rusty stuff. I'm going to go back to the brown here and a blending brush to push that around. We're not trying to rust our Felbies there. Now I might throw a little bit of the some white, some of that's the fast matte white, some of the Payne's gray. Yeah, Blades, I was hoping that there wasn't any sort of fracas, beyond the original thing. Hopefully that just kind of was received, and I know you were saying they're trying to compensate for something like that, so that does not have to be worried about anymore. Again, there's already paint on there. All I need to do is just pop this on here. You can see it's sort of blending itself, right? Oh, October 20th. Okay. I think, well, again, you never know when things arise, but I think that is at least preliminary. Seems like that works. Hey there, Landrast. I'm guessing it was movie night. The last few movies have not been super fantabulous, so hopefully this one was a little bit better than the last few. I think it's been something like 2 out of 3 have been kind of yeah, either that or outright just kind of wow, what are we doing here? We're never getting this part of our lives back. I seem to remember lately been more duds than wins. I'll try and get me a little more light in here. Let me see. It was good. Yeah, Landrest. All I keep hearing folks say is that yeah, they really just should have done one of those, and well, sequels tend to be bad ideas, and that was everybody keeps saying that that one was definitely something that maybe should have stayed in somebody's pocket and not ever seen the light of day. Let me see if we can go more towards the fast matte white here. So great to see you there, Landrast. So now, Landrast, does that free up? I think you were going to be doing another D&D thing this Saturday, right? I think you're only down one person last one. So hopefully you'll be able to keep that run going. Nah, it's a little thicker than we wanted. Still working within the fast matte confines here. So every other Saturday, so that means I'm guessing it's going to be hobby time there. Now, so Landrast, I got basically the smooth hot plate for the Bamboo X1, and I was telling Valfira that it makes the process of resin printing seem even more laborious because now basically I take out the build plate, pop the thing off of there, get rid of the extrusions along the edges, and then I just start the next print. So there's not even any, there's no glue to wash off, there's no glue to add back on. It seems to be doing okay. There was still one instance where it didn't want to, the auto detect did not detect that build plate. Well, here's hoping that you have a blast on Friday. I'm sure that you will. I'm guessing that M. Tilly's will be there. Has M. Tilly's ever finished the Tomb Kings or the? Well, didn't he did some Bretonians for him too? So yeah, Velfira. The cool plate that required the glue on it. It is funny because, well, with this bill plate, in order to get the free shipping, you had to put the add-ons on there. So I got myself, I was starting to run low anyway, but I got myself, I think, 4 glue sticks. And of course, now I'm not supposed to use those, which I find hilarious. There's always a part of me that wonders, can I just use regular glue sticks for these things? Do they really have to actually be special glue sticks? Because they sure as heck seem an awful lot like regular glue sticks to me. I'm going to see if I can get a little bit of light on the tops of some of these here. Not that much light. Tops of these blocks here. A little something over here. Yeah, I think so. So Velfira, the cold plate was designed, cold plate and then with the glue. The hot plate, at least for PLA, it says no glue on here. And it has printed just fine with no glue on it. And it is different. That's the other thing, Velfira. It's not like the other one didn't get warm. But if I'm, right there and that print finishes, I mean, I don't want to say it's like it's coming out of an oven, but that build plate is definitely toastier. Now it's fine now that everything's cooler. I'm not so sure that's the kind of build plate I necessarily want to be using in the summer when it could potentially be 79, 80 degrees down there. So yeah, the cold plate is for the PLA. Now this one again, it's a hot plate, no texture. That is for PLA. That's hilarious because I don't visualize myself ever using anything but PLA. And that would be the flat. Oh, and I just got another batch that's coming tomorrow because Prime Day, at the very last second, I went, wait a minute, there's something that I should probably check because obviously I got my regular resin. But then I thought, wait a second, let me just take a little look see. Normally it would not be the lesser price yet. It kind of goes through sometimes almost a monthly cycle. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel and the Instagrams. I think the latest thing I put up on the Instagrams was, oh geez whiz, that's going to be hard to reach. But this lady here from Loot Studios, that went up on to the Instagrams right there, so you can check that out. So yeah, Velfira, this one did not heat the build plate. It warmed it up a little bit, whereas this one, I mean, you can kind of really feel the toastiness to that build plate. It's definitely an actual hot plate. Now, I don't know how long you want to leave your burger on there to let it warm up, but again, it's being this bamboo printer, it's going to be different than just your standard one for sure. Oh, if somebody could shoot me a reminder message to go look at Conquest Creations because Jacob is doing a no, he's got a Patreon, but he's got different Middle Earth terrain. Now, of course, I've already printed out essentially 2 Ammon Souls, but I think this would go well with some of the other stuff I've already got. So yeah, Landry, some of it is kind of Hobbit themed terrain. Not necessarily the buildings, but things like, well, Farmer Maggot's fields. So lots of extras. We already have the Hobbit buildings printed out, but I think it would be nice to actually have things like the farm fields, because they could work for things that aren't just Hobbiton. So again, just trying to get some of the lighter stuff on his face here. Thanks, Velfair. Appreciate that. And oh, hey, Velfira. You didn't get any word from the Curio folks, did you? I have not even had a chance to even look at the Kickstarter stuff yet. Because that was the other reason why I got that filament, is because I was thinking, well, it's October now. It's October 11th. I was kind of hoping to be at least starting the printing process on those curio cabinets. Let me see if I can't get me a little bit of the lighter stuff up in here. Okay, I mean it is almost still like 1/3 of the way through October. But here's hoping, right, Velfira? Sure, I think I still need to maybe get a little, yeah, I need to go a little darker here. Let me try some of this here. That's our Payne's Gray from Williamsburg. Once again, I'll plop that on there. We're gonna find something that we could use as a blending brush, and I might just use this. Let me get my paper towel in here and get this squeegeed out of there. Alright, blending brush time. There. So again, didn't take long. This whole thing, 1 hour 37 minutes. That's it. Now I wonder if I can. Fine, I'll just get the paint out of this here. I was wondering if I could do some pin line Van Dyke Brown slash Mars Black. Fine, I'm just gonna grab me some thinner here. Do that. More of our thinner there. And what I'm hoping is all I have to do is go doink right there. I need a little more of the thinner. But if all I need to do is just hit these points. There we go. That's it. Bam. It's a ye old panel line wash or pin line wash. That's doing it now. Wow, look at that stuff just travel. That makes things so much easier. Here again, look at that. Just all I have to do is touch it there. Let it do what it's going to do. It'll spread out pretty far in either direction. Now, yeah, really what it is, Velfir, I always miss the stupid the survey thing, right? Where it's like, well, we already have your address, but we need to confirm your address. Otherwise, you're not getting anything. Even though they're not sending any physical rewards, it kind of drives me nuts. It's like, you got the money already. You got the email. How's about you just send it? But no, they, for whatever reason, they won't do anything with that address confirmation thing. Even again, when it's something there's no physical aspect to it. Nah. Take the blending brush and take that out of there. Where's my boom there? Yeah. Oh, I see. He forgot to put a few little block textures in there. Yeah, that's funny. Not enough thinner. Some in here. Now I wonder. This might be the one to. No, I'm gonna try this one that we've just been using as a blending brush. I want to see if we can get some Van Dyke Brown, some of the asphaltum on this brush, but now basically use it more as a filbert brush to do that. There is no thinner on there, basically at all. And I'm gonna, yep, down on that. So get a little bit of the streaking going on there. I was wondering about that Landress because that really does seem to be the main focus. Is you sure you don't want fries with that? Yeah, that's it, Landress. It's the do you want fries with that of the crowdfunding world, wouldn't you say? All right, this is very much a dry brush. I have basically almost no thinner on here. There, some of that streaking there. And again, this is from Navarette Studios. We've got another Navarette Studios. Well, I'm thinking I want to try and I might reprint the Undying. If I can't find it, I'll just print it again. But I have the Undying and I have the Dwimmerlich somewhere. Actually, that's almost what this one could be. Turn you around. And we're going to just welcome in Sarge and say, thank you, Sarge. Appreciate that. So, Sarge, well, it seems like it's more of a normal day today, being 12:45. Thanks, Sarge. Appreciate that. So, Sarge, happy Friday as well. Now, Sarge, actually, are the travel plans looking kind of like, well, I don't want to say normal, but kind of as planned? No more surprises, shall we say? And Sarge, that blueberry recipe there, that sounds like a worthy thing to consume. So we'll have to maybe we might have to try that. Sarge, I think I did send you the pictures of the cookies, right, and how those turned out. And remember, all of those cookies, the cookie cutters were the 3D printed ones. So yep, used 3D printed cookie cutters for the first time. Also, see how these are getting nice and soft and spread out here? There is a little bit of paint on there, but it's the vast majority of this is just some dry brushy action to kind of what we like to call that either scumble or doing some more of that scumbling right there. This is not stippling because what we're doing is we're taking the paint that's already there and just kind of spreading that out. So Sarge, if you want to share links to the tiger, anything like that, here's hoping that you've also maybe had a chance to play around with that. we're just kind of buffing that paint and just spreading it out this way. Ah, yeah, these guys need some softening on the edges here. Let's do that. Also up here. What about over on the that side too? So again, 1 hour 45 minutes ago, this bad boy had Zippo, no paint, none. It had primer, and of course we did some of our primer painting. Yeah, Armored Wolf. I'll have to that pale sage color. Well, that has to be definitely one of the newer ones because I don't remember that. Now sometimes I will get it mixed up with the camo green, but it's almost like the pale sage is to the camo green is what the was he as like a rust red or something like that is to the terracotta or the red brown, the reddish brown. Yeah, that one is well very much a reddish brown, whereas the terracotta definitely has that oranginess to it. So again, just kind of softening up these right here. Let me see if I can do this. I actually trying to do this in a dry brush state here. Just want to get a few of the really, really, really small spots, dots, whatever out here. Yeah, that works. Nice to see there's surface tension. Happy Friday. Surface tension like usual. You want to share that link? Your Mastodon link to all the fabulous oil painted miniatures. Please go ahead and do that. Hopefully your Aegean elves are progressing very well. Do this. So surface tension. Oh yeah, here we go. This was the latest video that we just have this edited render. We'll pull it up on the Patreon page tomorrow. So some Necron ships, some Croissant. This is a cuisine channel. See, look at this. Cuisine channel and object source lighting channel, and then freehand. That's an unexpected combo. You wouldn't think we'd cover the cuisine channel quite in that manner, but we do. And speaking of cuisine, the cookies, those worked out well. Let me there we go. So there's the cookies in their Halloween themed boxes. Look at that. That was that was very fun. Now, yep, surface tension, the finest pastry chips ever. They're very, very buttery. They're very, very buttery. Somebody please check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just shared. More fabulous oil painted miniatures. So please go check that out. We are so a little bit more of that over here. And the first few boxes have been distributed. So those are the neighbors. They two of the neighbors, they got their boxes. Again, just taking the blending brush to that. I think I might try to squeeze a little something right in there. Again, it has to be as subtle as possible. I'm wondering, do we want to go even lighter with the rest here? Okay, fine. Fine, we'll do it. G surface tension. Now I don't know. Was that an actual running around kind of injury there, or was that just a slip on rough terrain type of injury? As in, we're just walking and all of a sudden a little bit of rough terrain happens. So sorry about that surface tension. I know that's never an easy thing. I forget. Oh, it seemed like it was only a couple of weeks ago. Maybe it was more like 3 or 4 weeks ago that there was a, shall we say, a spot of bother there that seemed to work itself out. So here's hoping that very, very, very soon you will be both sharing that special, very unique style of Welsh Wet and Welsh Grey. I'm just wondering, is there must be Welsh Grey on here somewhere? We do technically have kind of three different grays. We have the bluish indigo gray here. We have some more warmer neutral gray there, and then this is kind of a greenish gray up there. Trying right now work in some very light rust colors. Touch more there. Maybe something right over there on his. Nope, not down there. Oh, this area. Okay, how's about these little skelly friends and these spears? We'll get some of the rusty stuff there. Now we're going to get back to these Fulton here. That will go on the spears here. And then we're also going to do a little bit of that here because we want staining on these skelly friends, don't we? Yes, we do. We don't want those to be a bleached bone kind of situation. Yeah, surface tension, I guess, it's not really, the frame on a Greyhound is a little bit less robust. That, I don't know, say if it was a St. Bernard. They have probably a situation where a St. Bernard just shrugs it off, doesn't even notice. Alright, so I get a little more of the streaking there. So Sarge, I hope that you're doing well, and I do have sound. That is something that I made sure to check here. Of course, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to restart the machine tonight, just preemptively, so that this thing doesn't restart itself, because that would be mischief there. Yeah, Serge, I think that's the first one. I believe that is the first one that I see. Well, obviously the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then yours. Be careful, not too much of the lighter stuff on these spines. Get a little bit of the light underneath there too. Blending brush, because there's some sharp edges there. That's gone now. Over here, how's about we take some of our fabulous Mars Yellow Deep and somehow get my hand down in here. Oh, we're just rested on that wing. It's interesting. I think the foul beasts, the heads are different. This is definitely a kind of a common scale texture here on the hips, believe it. Sarge, that doesn't surprise us at all, does it? so many freaky glitches with Twitch. Cause it's twitchy, right, Sarge? That we know. Spin you around again. Using this brush as again an ultra teensy filbert brush. Swing you over to this side. There, so yeah, we'll have to figure out with that Shadow Lord. I guess maybe there'll be a green, oh, purple. That's it. I might, maybe we'll see what we could do with a purplish glow. I don't know how that's going to work. There. Well, I tell you, Serge, I've seen so many people. What was their chat bot thing, right? It doesn't work. I mean, I have sounds that play fine when I test them that have never ever worked. And I do think, is it this one here? I think it's, no, it's there we go. That's what's supposed to play when you do the bits. Instead of the little chimey sound, yeah, that's what's supposed to actually play, but it doesn't. And all of the sounds all came from the same place. Was it Zedge or something like that, I think? I'm going to get a little bit of the lighter here. Some of the look at where my hand is on this brush. This is a longer handle brush too, and I'm still closer to the end of the brush than I am that metal feel. Again, hashtag caress the brush. Let me know how that works there, Sarge. For whatever reason, still no cranberries at the store. Obviously, it is still early October. I would have thought maybe there'd be some of them in the stores because I seem to remember them kind of being in there year round. But what do I know? It's been a while since I've had a chance to make it. Okay, yeah, I think I'm kind of liking the later version there of the spine, whatever those are. And we're going to do this. Like that, and let's do some lighter stuff here on the feetses there. You know what, we need to catch a little something here. Let me backtrack a little to more of the yeah. What's interesting is this Payne's Gray mixed with the not Radiant Indigo. It reminds me of the old, oh gosh, what a Shadow Gray, the old GW color. It was sort of a purplish gray. I used to use that all the time for skin tones and actually for metals too. Okay, there. Now maybe like a little distant casting of light over here. So let me know how that goes, Sarge. Now, I'm not sure if we'll be seeing Horns Fan. Obviously, it's pretty late for Horns Fan, but on the more humorous side, I don't think Horns fan wants to be jinxed, right, Velfira? Because there's a certain game coming up this weekend, and a certain team just happens to be number one. And I have a feeling he doesn't want to be hearing my predictions about every number one is going to get knocked off every week. Ah, that's fantastic, Sarge. But I'm here's hoping that this Saturday is going to be every bit as explosive as the last two Saturdays have been, especially last Saturday, so that we can put our graphic back up here, right? Upset special Saturday. Yes, indeed. We want that special graphic up there again. Take them all out, the entire top 10, wipe them out, recycle them every week. Should there, you know what, a little something should reach this. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, our latest video right now is this right here. This said a whole. Oh, no, actually, it's not. We did our army paint. Oh boy, oh boy. Where are you guys? You're around here somewheres. Where are you at? Where are you hiding? You're around here. So my rats. I don't have my rats to show. Bummer. They're around here somewhere. They're hiding. They're rats. They're hiding. But yes, I did my latest army painting series, and then of course we now have our Necron ships that we're working on. We're also going to be doing a Fell Beast video series too, because well, we have plenty of them. We have a lot of them. I wonder a little more down there, I suppose. Okay, let's get these. Let's get some of these skelly friends over here too. Let's not forget about these guys. Let's do that. Let me get some center on the yellow right over there. Okay, these skelly friends, they need something that is lighter. Some of the fast matte white, some of that almost lemon yellow type color. Thanks, Landrast. I was really hoping, yeah, when you sent me the picture there, Landrast, my hope was that people said, well, geez, I got like 10 bazillion of these rats to paint. If I can just do this with the pre-glaze, then I might actually be able to get all of this, all of these rats done. And now there was another case of the AI, right? We used AI to help determine a color scheme. There's nothing wrong with, well, and how many times have we done it? Like for the Conquest Valkyries, you know, or the Conquest Werewargs, so many times now we have utilized the AI to make some really nifty references instead of guessing. And the latest iteration was for our Necron ships here, or I just typed in Necron Battlefleet Gothic ships rendered as jade with magenta glowing weapons and other stuff, and that all worked out really well. Now the ships that they came up with don't really look all that similar to, say, Battlefleet Gothic Necron ships, but there was enough things that were close that made it actually very useful. I don't want to get too much thinner on that. What was there? It was just too much thinner. I think we're about there, yeah. Oh, we just crossed the 2-hour mark now. And needless to say, we've been able to get a bunch done here. I mean, as much as I do like the oh yeah, Medusa Project versions, I do kind of I like these wings, right? The texture on the wings there. Here the wings are more just they tend to be folded up like this. Obviously for playability reasons. And again, this one is from Medusa Project. We painted that up on Monday. This coming Monday we have the Knight of Umbar Navarette version. We will paint that this coming Monday on the stream. We just got to get him put together, stuck on his base. So yes, our two new army painting series that are underway are Lizardmen and Skaven. I think, yeah, that's 43, 44. Army painting series 42 was this. I think it was a dozen of the Howling Banshees. What was unique about that? Well, again, more AI references, but there were three different eras. There was kind of the super, super old metal. There was the most recent of the metal versions of the Howling Banshees, and then there were some 3D printed ones, like the one you just saw. So the idea there was to obviously come up with a unique color scheme, one that I hadn't tried before, but then make that color scheme work on miniatures from three different eras, not just different miniatures like, okay, this sculpt has a helmet, this one doesn't. This one's pointing, this one's not. No, this was massively different. Some of those really old sculpts were, well, that they were interesting. Now here, I'm not going to put any of the light there because this, right, casting a shadow on the foot there. Surface tension, the super old metal, that was basically bluegrass with an edge. Yeah, that was edgier bluegrass music, the really old metal. Yeah, who knew that there was a hard rock version of bluegrass? That's kind of on the south side of West Virginia there. Try and catch me a couple more lights on this here. Yeah. At some point, I also do want to get to the Hobbit buildings. I think they are just something that could fit on screen, especially utilizing these things. What I would do is I would take off this rig. I would have just a flat piece there, and I would just hot glue the thing to it, and that way we could it wouldn't be sticking up that much further. That is pretty light there. Let me see if that. Okay, that is just about what we wanted right here on these. Whole bunch of little spines or scales or whatever these are. Because those show up more, our spots, they start to recede, don't they? Now, much like our other Navarette Studio figs, we gotta try and get this, not just texture in there, but some of the lightest lights, especially with all these veins that are kind of cutting through the wings. Put this up here. Blending brush to tone that down. So Armored Wolf, ironically enough, I think it's 2 Lost Kingdoms releases I was hoping to print out for army painting vids. Basically, one of it be based like a fantasy Slaanesh army, and I was thinking that that's where we could really explore some stuff with violets and gold and all that kind of stuff. And obviously probably some freehand. And then there was I think it was Lost Kingdoms, wasn't it? Armored Wolf with the pirate theme, orcs or whatever, or was it pirate themed ogres? It's either pirate themed orcs or ogres, one or the other. Can't remember. I am going to try and catch some light on the edge of these guys here. Come on, there we go. Also here, something right there. Because Armored Wolf, didn't you want those? I think you were interested, or was it? I think both of you guys were interested in those files, right? And I think that was either the August, maybe it was either July or August, that release. Hopefully, I think I did download that one. Although I think now Lost Kingdoms, they do send you a backup or something like that, whereas before it's like if you didn't download it, you were just out of luck. There was no getting it back. So yeah, Armored Wolf, that was one I was thinking of printing out because I thought, well, that could make for some interesting, also again, some interesting videos. I also, now I still have to find the Kurzlook Dwarf Casualties. I never got a chance to do that, did I, Plank Walker? How you doing there, Plank? Nice to see you again. Happy Friday. I hope that your Friday has gone very well. Or well, Friday morning anyway. Hope that your Thursday was a good one. Here again, we need to try and get a little bit of this lighter stuff in there. That's very much a dry brush right there. Okay, look what my hand is on this brush. It's an extra long handle, and it's almost off the end of it. All right, well, surface tension. Good luck with the Greyhound. I think, like you say, it's not a terrible injury there. Just let me know how that goes. Somebody's a little bit further west then. Because what is it, 116? Yeah, 116 here in the AMs. Trying to catch a... not down there. Not going to do it down there. So Plank Walker, some more Navarette Studios goodness right here. I have a bazillion printed miniatures to put together. I don't know, maybe that's something I'll be doing during the next Council of Miniature Painters. So good luck with that surface tension. Again, appreciate you being here as always. Let me chuck some of this out here. Also there. So yeah, I was tempted to try and save this particular, well, basically white/gray object source lighting for the Shadow Lord. But I don't think that actually would work for the Shadow Lord. I think he needs a little more color than that. We might just go with the green on that one. Again, now my hand's even further off the end of that brush. So Plank Walker, the Halloween cookies were baked, they were decorated, and the verdict so far is that people seem to like those, so that worked out. Again, I had never done the dough portion of it. That was always what Kathy did. I did the frosting stuff. And then I think we've learned that 11 minutes in the oven is better than 12 or 13. You never know, every oven is different. Every oven has a sweet spot. I only bring that up because I learned that with the Scopy, not with baking, but with well, baking Scopy. Yeah, that's where I learned that. Huh? Yeah, wow. The oven actually has a sweet spot, and everyone is definitely different. Now this has got more of the. I'm actually taking that Mars Violet, mixing that with just a touch of some of our lighter stuff here, and then just trying to bring out a little bit of this texture. I didn't want to go back in there and I had thought about doing a little, almost like a pinline wash sort of a thing there. Might still do that, but I'm just trying to go with this because I want this little bit of reddish stuff. See, we got the little bit of reddish tint there, a little bit of greenish tint there. And by tint, I mean just very, very subtle. There's not much to it. Ah, I knew there was something missing down here. Where's my blending brush? There you are. I mean, it's so easy doing these crazy spines on things. My goodness. Let me see, what about these scales here? And now down in here. Alright. I think we've been using this almost green, radiant green mixed with some of our Mars Yellow Deep once again. Hand nowhere near the metal furrow of that brush, otherwise there's no way that's getting painted. There is zero chance that gets painted. More of this here. Let's do this. Now something here. Oh, that's the other thing that arrived today. It was, well, obviously Prime Days are over, but there was a massive photo booth that was at 3 feet. I think it's 3 feet wide, 3 foot tall, and it's got lights. That instead of all the other photo booths, the lights are always just on the top, and that's it. This one, you can put all 3 bars on the top, or you could have one on the top, one on each side. You could have 2 on the top, one on one side. So there's a bunch of different configurations. And, well, stuff like this. Oh, and the other thing I'm going to do is spray the background with the spray cans, because that actually works out very well. Gives this little bit of spotty texture that actually works well with the photos. So I'm hoping, well, amongst the 20 other things I got to do tonight, is maybe set up that photo booth so that I can perhaps start taking pictures of these guys as a group, not just individual, but literally as a group. Now, I don't know if anybody can see northern lights. Sadly, there was just too much light pollution here to see them. But one thing I did do is I used my my nighttime setting on the camera phone for the first time. That's significant because if you recall, I was taking pictures of the nighttime version of my Rohan board, And I think the camera that's going to turn out far better under the nighttime setting. Now here we're trying to add a little more light to these scales right over here. We kind of did some stuff with the ochre. Now we're trying to bring this up a little bit more here. So Michael, how you doing? Everybody please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. And of course, Michael, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So these are the Halloween cookies that we made. And today they went in some boxes and they were distributed among the neighbors, the folks at the pharmacy. So yeah, they might end up in a quick little Instagram post also, closer towards Halloween. Again, Kathy always did the part of making the dough, and I was always in charge of the frosting bit. So I wasn't really sure what my target was for the dough with the consistency and everything else. Even the putting them in the oven, I seem to remember that the recommended baking time was just a scotch too much for the oven that we have, because like we were just saying, every oven is different. By the way, if you are baking Sculpey clay, you will want to bake that on a ceramic tile. It is dead center in the oven as you can, but definitely on a ceramic tile, not on a cookie tray, not on a metal tray. Those things warp. They also transfer too much heat to the Sculpey. So yes, just any old junky ceramic tile, if it actually has a texture on it, believe it or not, if you're not doing the texture roller thing, that can be very beneficial. It's a really nifty stone texture most of the time. Let me see if I can get a little more of the light here on some of these scales. And again, Michael, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I do hope that everything has been fantastic since ReaperCon. I know that was just such a mega effort there between the classes, between the MSP and such. But great to have you here, Michael. Appreciate that, of course. Well, happy Friday to you here as we see it is 1:25 in the morning here. Landrast, now, are there different thicknesses to the pizza stone? Because I've always wanted to get one, well, for doing pizzas. Oh, that's what I need to get. I wonder if there's little tiny pizza stones that I could use in the air fryer, which that is what we have our resident air fryer expert. That would be Recoil. Are there teensy little pizza stones that would work in an air fryer? And I'm assuming that you would probably want to have a pizza stone in the air fryer as opposed to, say, well, some weird metal tray. So that's a really good idea. I got to remember that, Landrast. I got to remember the pizza stone thing. Well, I can always get a second one, and in a pinch, I don't think I'm going to be baking Sculpey in the air fryer. But yeah, so now here we got a little bit of our brown. That was the that brown ochre, the stuff that we're using kind of as our yellow or as our burnt umber substitute. Because while if we use that, we can still respect the umber. Don't sleep on the umber. So again, Michael, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna put me some more of that over here. Yeah, kind of where the wings are originating from the main torso here. That's spread out to there. What's going on over here? A little more of that. So yeah, kind of basically like a straight up umber type color there. We have all of our fun little spots there now. I think I might try to make this also get some of the, again, that's the umber there, a little bit of the yellow ochre. There we are. And that's going to hopefully mesh with some of that lighter, it's almost yellowish green we've been putting in places there. No problem there, Michael. I know it's not the easiest thing to keep up with the instas and all the social media stuff, is it? I think I think it was today I just did my latest post. Now I'm going to take maybe a little bit more of the yellow ochre there, and let's see what that does. Yeah, because on the inside here, see it's got more of a greenish flavor. Out here I'm going to go, I think we'll go with something different, maybe a little bit more towards the almost reddish brown here, just for the heck of it. We're going to change things up a teensy bit here. Now we also have to start doing some stuff there on the inside of these wings. A little more of that over here. Okay. I think now I might have to start bringing in some of the white here. Alright, let me see what this looks like. Can you see? Okay, there we go. I just had to move everything back here. Needless to say, these Nazgul and fell beasts here, they're a tad bit larger than what we normally paint, especially on stream. It's one thing in a tutorial video where I can just kind of, well, basically pause or just stop the camera in between segments and then adjust things. Here it's a little bit trickier. Oh yeah, Armored Wolf there. That Logitech camera, it is kind of nifty. The problem is that the way that that bar works, you need to have a whole bunch of clearance. So, like say where his head is pointing, if you don't have a good foot plus of clearance there, and you go to move that camera, all you can do is move it up and down. You can't move it forward and backwards, because what it'll do is just either bounce off a wall or whatever's too close to it. Found that out the hard way. I mean, no actual consequences. I just went, oh yeah, I can't move it there. Hey there, Thranual. So sorry I don't have the rats out here, Thranual. I'm just like, where the heck are those rats? They're hiding somewhere. But I hope that was fun for you. So definitely new stuff. I've been wanting to show that style of pre-glazed Thranual for quite some time. I originally thought it would be actually something more either Zinchi or Nurgly, but I mean they're rats. They're partially Nurgly, right? They're Nurgle adjacent. Okay, so yeah, that's got a nifty little sort of a lighter brown look to it. That's fantastic, Thranual. Now Threnuo it gets very interesting as we try to do that all across all the other stuff, like the weapons teams, the heroes. I think I actually have the big monster or whatever printed out. The again, those are from Titan Forge. I think I actually have the big monster already printed out. Essentially an abomination. I think that's what he's supposed to be. Let me try to get some lighter things in here. We did all of our darker glazy stuff. Now we're going to try and get some more light in here. Oh, and I hope too that the AI stuff was helpful. Because once again, that proved to be a very powerful, useful tool in creating the concept for the color scheme. Once again, blending, but yeah, I'm going to do that over here too. I want to do that too. Right down in there. It's getting hard to reach place, so we're going to take the blending brush and try and do the rest with that. Yeah, we'll do the blending brush down in there. I don't know how much later we can actually get with this, especially in something that potentially is in shadow here. Maybe we'll just kind of stick with that. I was gonna lighten this up. I might lighten this up, and then we'll do some dark along here. We must have dark to show the light, of course. This also has a little touch of the that warmer color to it. What do we have there? Texture with, okay. So it's all sort of the same scale texture there. Again, this one is from Navarette Studios. I'm thinking, well, we do probably the Shadow Lord on tomorrow's stream. And it depends if I can. There's also the Oriental King. There's the. What's the other one? Oh yeah, that I wanted. Well, I think it's from Navarette Studios. I think as the. Is he called the Undying or is he called? Yeah, these called the Undying. The other one that I'm thinking about is the Dwimmerlick. Yeah. I think actually this is the one. We're using this one as the Dwimmerlick. And I think we'll have him sort of associated with maybe our Urukai or our Isengard. Although I'm not, well, I don't know. We'll see if that. No, that's the other guy. This guy I was thinking for. Oh yeah, Mirkwood. That's right. Either that or more of a generic Mordor-ish type list. I'll have to. Well, of course, all the Alliance Matrix stuff might just be changing, but I'll see if I can look at that in the rulebook. See what's possible combination-wise. I might go a little lighter with my rust here. Let me try that. Let me grab this, some of this. That will go here. Some of it over there, and I think that's it. Might try to do some cracks here. See if this is going to work here. there. All the way down here. Yeah, you know, that kind of does. I think that sort of works. Well, actually, I don't know. Those may not be cracks so much as some of them might be claw marks. We try that on this side. Over here. Too much. Too much there. We'll take the blending brush to that, get rid of some of it. These potentially should also get some cracks or whatever. I mean, they're broken stones and such. We should definitely consider that. And then, of course, Thranduil, don't be surprised if episode 5, I'm going to add that dark we're talking about up here now, is mostly the water effect stuff. I'm still kind of glad I painted that in on the color test guys. But it should be interesting in, again, episode 5, where we're doing all kinds of the experimenting, adding the fluorescent paint, the fluorescent powder to the water effects material. And that way we'll find out which one either works the best or which one has maybe, okay, this aspect of it works well, maybe this aspect is better on another one. That's great. That's great, Thranduil. Back to the asphaltum here. Essentially, again, sort of dry brushing that on there. Yeah, Thranduil, it's really interesting doing something like the Skaven, where I just haven't had a chance to paint something like that before. At least not classic Skaven figures. So here we were talking about adding just a little bit of the lighter stuff here, but more where maybe the corrosion oxidation has been sort of chipped away than it is a highlight in the classic sense. Trying to catch a little bit of the light on the end of his face there. Let's turn him around this way now. I think that's like kind of has some blending brush. Where are you at? There you are. Thranduil, that sounds laborious. That doesn't sound like 10,000 thrills a minute there, Thranduil. You're just hoping you can get through that as quick as possible. Thank you so much, Zordragon. How you doing? Happy Friday there, Zordragon. Appreciate you being here as always. So, you know, I'm going to zoom out a teensy bit just so you can get maybe a little bit more of a look-see at the, whoops, not that way, at the wings here. There we go. Teensy bit lighter, and there's almost no thinner on this brush here. Because if we put the thinner on that and that turns into a pinline wash, well, now it's actually going to go into all those crevices there. Hey there, JD, nice to see ya. Happy Friday there, JD. I hope that you are doing very, very well. Great to see ya. And of course, JD, Hetzer's gonna Hetz, right? Why is everybody always Hetzing on the Hetzers? Just because it's insanely tiny. You need to be about 3.5 feet tall to fit in there semi-comfortably. I wonder if that one qualified for the most extreme sloped armor of any vehicle in the Second World War. There's this little... Okay, then we did those scales already. I might go... Yeah, let's go a smidge lighter on those here. So thanks for doing the lurky thing there, JD. Appreciate that. Let's try a little bit more of this right here. Come on, right there we go. The other thing too, with some of the primer color on this, I was mixing in the Green Stuff World and Liquitex inks with the primer. So yeah, none of this is just any one straight up primer color by any stretch of the imagination. And that sets up a very nice canvas, backdrop, whatever, for our oil paints. Now I'm going to do this one later because as you can see I have to keep sticking my hand on there. Now, and JD, if there's something that you've been working on that you wanted to post in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Come on, all the way up the hip. I'm going to take a blending brush to it and just drag it back that way a little bit. Come on. There. Some of our light along there, a little bit more on that. Swing this around, and I'll try to get on this wing right here, or this part of the wing. We're just about to turn over there. I'm going to see if I can maybe catch a little more of the light along the edge with the blending brush handy. See that? So it's lighter, but it really takes the edge off of it. Blending brush once more. So we just do a little bit of tap, 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 and it kind of takes away some of the edges on that just enough. I'm gonna take a little bit of the edge. Speaking of taking the edge off, take the edge off of that just a little. Wait a minute here. Come on, there we go. Yeah. Okay, I'm not quite sure how that found its way up there. But we're going to use this, and I might even do this. I might take a little bit of thinner. And then we'll just kind of erase that. Oh yeah, there's no mistakes with oil. There's just makeup sponges. That's right. That's how that goes. Where you at? There you are. Well, there you go. Tragedy averted. Put you back over there. Nope, nope. Back to more of the green. And this also, oh yeah, more of a dry brush here too. Yeah. Effectively using this as a micro filbert brush right here. This is another way we can paint with the oils, right? And this will be, if not completely dry by this time tomorrow night, it's going to be well along its way to being dry. And that's why it's only been 2 hours and 45 minutes to reach this point. Yes, that's it. 2 hours, 45 minutes. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. In many cases, just plopping the paint on there and then pushing it around. Which way we're going to hold you? I think this way here. So we can do the edge on that. Like so. Now a little less. We're also going to get some of our brown mixed in there. Ah, there we go. Push that out on those scales. And now our umber, or as it's, I think it's Gamma called, it's the Reclaimed Earth Brown Ochre. Alright, we're good to go there. Maybe a little less thinner, a little bit more of the brown. Let me see how that works. Blending brush, where are you at? There you are. Now, whoops. Okay, blending brush again. Take that down. There was way too much of that. Okay, I think now we're a little more under control with what we're looking to do here. Now, what's interesting about all this, there's no gray on here. We've got greenish gray, brownish gray, reddish gray, yellowish gray, bluish gray, but none of this is just straight up, just kind of dead gray, where it's something like a, oh, what is that? Not lamp black. What's the one that ivory black? That's it. But it's been a long time since we last used ivory black. I might have to try that in a video and do another little comparison video, like our typical color theory in oils, and see how it compares to, say, the 3 different Mars black colors that we have. I did get some new spray, that's the Liquitex acrylic spray can colors that we're going to be trying on some of our terrain. What are we at here? We're using this stuff, I think. Yeah. So Thrannual, I'm guessing that you're en route there. You're commuting right now. I mean, well, it is almost 2 o'clock here, so it's got to be, I think it's almost 9 there. Again, got the veins there. Working some of this here. Get a little more of that on this part of the wing. So again, that's that brown ochre and some of our Mars yellow deep. That's just more of an intense color than the regular, say, burnt umber or the regular, for sure, yellow ochre. Come on, there we are. That might be getting a little bit on the light side. That's what Mr. Blending Brush is all about here. Ah, okay. Where are we going with this? Let's do this here. Alright, well now we're almost at hour 3. See if we can, yeah, a little bit more of that lighter brown. Yeah, look where my hand is on that brush. Nowhere near that metal ferrule. Nowhere near that, and of course, no layers, right? Because we're doing that. So hopefully breakfast is very tasty. When you're going to sleep at 7:20 in the morning like I did, well, I guess you could say earlier today, things get interesting when it comes to breakfast, because in some cases I practically eat breakfast before I go to sleep at sometimes 4 a.m. or whatever. I'm going to try and lighten this up too teensy bit down here. Also there. Yeah, that is kind of neat actually. Because here we got this the whitish gray, whatever, light bluish gray over in there. That sounds really good there. Tyranno also sounds like that might last you a while too. Yeah, that should give you some proteins and some energies for the day too. What else are we doing here? You know, I'm gonna maybe go a little later with here. Let me take some of this. Okay, that might be a lot later, but let's try it out here first. See, and again with the blending brush, just to knock that down a little bit. Because the idea is you want this wing to seem like it has a turn to it. So it's going to be a long day for you there, Tyrannual. And let me catch a little more of my light right in there. Ah, there we go. Down here is another area where I was kind of hoping to catch a little bit of light towards the end of the wings there. Alright, now let me see what we got going on down here, which we haven't done a whole bunch on. We haven't done a ton on the ventral side here. So let's get the Yellow ochre. Ice blue. Mix those together. Hopefully not too light. Once again, light grip on that brush. And we'll just try to catch a few little things here and there. Like you do. Catch some more of that right in here. There too. I think we gotta get some of that down here. Getting the light kind of coming down this way, right? Mostly the yellow ochre, it's got, well, sorry, Mars Yellow Deep. That is a much more intense version of the yellow ochre because it's got anything that's a Mars color. Mars Red, Mars Black, well, the Mars Yellow Deep, Mars Violet. Essentially, those have oxides in them, and anything with an oxide. We saw this with the cobalt teal bluish because that's also oxides of cobalt. Anything that has the oxides in there, that's going to make it a really opaque color and a pretty intense color at that. You might not see it when you, and of course I always hate the stupid printed labels because they never match the actual color, not even close. I do wish that everybody did what Williamsburg and Richardson does, and that is actually put the paint on there because that way you can really tell, is it translucent, is it opaque, is it actually an intense color, because it might look that way on the label, but not always that way when you actually go to use it. You know what, I'm gonna more of the Perlene black. It's not black, that's actually a dark green, that we're using here. It's gonna go there, blending brush again, and then we just sort of scumble that, spread it out, take out some of the edges. Now here we needed to, that's what I want to do is get something in here, again, with the blending brush, hashtag no layers. Once again with that blending brush. And now I'm going to go back to some of the lighter stuff to see. I don't know, that might need to get toned down, which we're going to do. Just like that. Come on, right there. Yeah, hopefully that's gonna work. This will be a little lighter here. Well, and maybe a little more of the fast matte white. And this would be the very lightest lights here on this part of the wing because the light's coming down this way, right here. That should be more in shadow. But here we're going to do a little something something, and I think we're going to do the same sort of brownish color like we have there. So thank you so much, Armor Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Got one of our latest videos was the Skaven Army painting series. This right here, again, another exercise. Also an exercise in primer painting, just like where's our, I almost said tomb. Yeah, there's our Necron ships that we did. So again, that's one of our latest videos right there. That will be going up on the Patreon page after, well, after the stream. I'll start downloading that, or no, I'll start. It's already down. No, I haven't actually downloaded it to YouTube. So we'll download that and we'll get that posted tomorrow to the Patreon page. So here again, taking some of the brown that's up here, that is going to go down here. And I think I know one of the next videos that I'll be filming will be the conclusion of our Vehicles Workshop series on that big old basilisk there, painting it in a camel pattern. Looking forward to getting that one done. Now, probably with some cursory weathering on there, some chipping and streaking and such, some rust here and there. And I also want to mix up my own mud. I think I do have a little bit of plaster, so I was going to take the plaster and the oils and essentially make what MIG Ammo does. Yes, the MIG Ammo, when you buy their mud products, it's oil paint mixed with plaster. Once I found that out, I said, I can do that myself. You want your mud to be thicker, and I mean, that would work for, it's not just for vehicles. Where are you at? There you are. So check this out. So that is some of the mud effects with snow, right? Because you got your Night's Watch guys there marching around in the mud and then with the snow, right? So yes, you can actually have muddy snow. Huh. I forgot about this guy here. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, I might get some of that green in his cloak too, now that I see that on this one. Alright, where's our brush? There it is. Perline black. That is going to go on the other side of this to indicate, well, there's that light being cast over here. Yeah, that's a little unexpected color right there. It's always fun to have the unexpected color. I might throw a little bit of this in there. That go out to here. Blending brush again. Technically, we even have a little bit of reddish brown over there. Here, let me see if we can zoom in on that for you a little bit. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, and I want to get the green in there. I'm going to use the little bit of that not radiant indigo. This is another here. We got no light on this. Oh, let's backtrack. That was a little too late. Again, look at my hand is on this brush. Nowhere near that metal ferrule. We say it all the time only because we cannot overemphasize that. And it's not necessarily just an oil paint thing. It's important with the acrylics too. Nah, that's a little too much. Take some of that away. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . back to the brownish stuff here to catch some of these scales. As we also welcome our newest little hobbit. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Truckhorn. Thank you so much. So, again, let me get this straight. I ride a horse once in a while. Horse, he gets very cranky. There's a bird. Ride him once in a while. Just, gotta get places, right? Middle Earth, long way to go. But I get all kinds of flack for that. These dudes, again, riding these murder chickens. Not chickens. It's like, you're just a chicken with no feathers. I can't eat you, you know. What's going to happen with our big Gandalf 6 here? We've got, that's 2 5s tonight. Last stream, we had a pair of Gandalf 6s, so he's rolling pretty solid. Well, he hasn't mentioned a certain Shire plant, and that always helps. Anytime he mentions that Shire plant, well, things tend to go a little bit awry for him. So, yes, do not mention. No, I'm not going to put that lighter or that warmer color there. Let me get back to these. Okay, I didn't want to do too much on this, but the light should be hitting these. I think I have to say between the Navarette fell beasts like these and the Medusa Project ones, definitely the textures on these much more subtle. Where's it? Oh, here he is. This was our last stream on Monday. Now this is from Medusa Project. We have a Navarette Studios version of the Night of Umbar, so we'll be doing that one too with, again, an aquatic theme, and it's also going to have the teal glow. And of course, well, there's not only do we have the all the Dunlendings that I've been working on and the Wolves of Isengard, but now there's I think you saw the new plastic Dunlendings that are coming. Yes, new plastic Dunlendings. Also, new plastic straw heads. That would be that would be Rohan. For those that wonder, what the heck are the straw heads? But that was the insult that the Dunlendings had for Rohan. Now, what about this stuff down? Oh, Skelly Friends. Skelly Friends. Let's do a little bit of glazy stuff here on our Skelly Friends. And this will work okay. We'll grab some of that, some of these. Full Tom. Van Dyke Brown. Whoops. Okay, that would definitely be a little too much there. We're going to get a little more thinner in that. Okay. Now we'll let that set. We're also going to try to do a little something in here on our stones. Blending brush, where are you hiding? There. So see how that has a whole lot more shading on there with not a whole lot of hassle. This over here, that's mostly just some dry brushing right there. Anything else there? Yeah. Now up here, around the window, Van Dyke Brown. Let me attack it this way. And that is essentially a dry brush right there. And now, even drier brush, that is just a blending brush with that essentially has no paint on it. So yeah, the answer annual. Let's see. I think it's Diwali. Well, they were just doing some Arnor stuff, but they have now turned their sights on the new Karn Doom figures. That's their November release, which is super cool, because now I can add those to the that handful of Forge World ones that I got. So yeah, we will be doing some of those up on stream. I think I might do some more Angmar stuff also too in the November time frame, because they'll have some snowy, wintry bases. I think the Karn Doom guys will as well. Can never have too much snow effects on armies. Now I'm going to try and go back to see if we can maybe get some decent little highlights on these individual blocks here, and then maybe even some of the cracks. Again, hand is nowhere near that metal ferrule, is it? It is as far away as it can possibly be. Come on, there we whoops, there. Now let me see if I can lighten up my little skelly friends down here a touch more in a few places. You too. Maybe, well, okay, let me get a little bit of that. Oh, there we go. A little bit of that lemon yellow color on there. Anything but just flat white, that's for sure. Remember, the skulls, they have to be at least somewhat stained or whatever. Unless it's not just a desert out there to be completely arid. Something like like you see it in, was it in Peru, the highlands of Peru there? Blending brush action there. Again, almost a bit of a dry brush there. So again, we have that kind of stained look to the skelly friends here. I think this will have to be the last bit of light that we're going to throw on these guys here. Possibly a little bit of that on our stones there. We got that going. Some of our light out here too. Retreating a little bit to the, it's got a little bit of the bluishness in it, some of the ice blue there. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. I think we did a little bit more of this kind of work on the front side. But we'll try to reinforce that a little more, even though there is kind of more of a shadow type thing that should be happening with the fell beast hanging over it. So yeah, Daniel, the only other time I can remember doing that sort of greenish, fluorescent green water effect type thing, that was one other time, and it was some kind of a nurgly thing. It wasn't definitely not Skaven, but some kind of nurgly thing. So now doing it on a whole bunch of figures is going to be really interesting, especially with some of that kind of splashing up over their feet and such. Okay, yeah, this is starting to stand out here. Now, this is just some of the, out here, that's some of the coarse ballast from Geek Gaming Scenics. These basing bits, those are 3D printed from, I think those are from Goon Master Games. I don't think those are from Zabavka. I think those are from Goon Master. Let me see if we can go all the way back around to these guys. Again, for whatever the lightest light is going to be on them. Also those stones, and then I might have to go a little darker on some of that. Here though, these scales are going to retreat to sort of a mid-tone here, which there is going to look incredibly light just because we're pretty good at getting the dark in there. Then we'll take our blending brush to it, and once again kind of take away some of that edge. What's happening along some of these, especially the ones up towards the top here. I'm going to try and lighten up this one point like that. Flip it around, more my light down there. Maybe even let a little bit of that lemon yellow color get into it. For just the ends of these spines here. Yep, there we are. Trying it out here. Maybe a touch on this skull over here. Now those are from Make It Epic Basing. Alright, let me try this on. Come on. Right on that edge there. Not too much later on that rock. Don't want to do too much down in those shadow areas there. Oh, yeah, speaking of shadow, that wing's casting a shadow there, so we're not going to do any more light on that. This maybe on the van. Oh, my hand is on that brush. Check that out. It's really off the end of the brush. I mean, that's and I'm not doing that just for for hilarity there. That's for a very specific reason, because first of all, there's no way I could reach it. Second of all, the lighter grip you have on that brush, especially with the oils, it's going to be a whole lot easier to get that paint on there. If you have a death grip on the brush, it just gets exponentially harder because the oils apply very easily, as you see. Look at that. I'm just chucking that on there. Take that blending brush, push it around here. Do I need a death grip on the brush to do that? I don't think so. You'll end up a whole lot less tired. The folks that have kind of adopted this approach to the lighter grip on the brush, they've noticed that when they do it doesn't even have to be a long painting session. They just are not quite so tired afterwards because they're not trying to snap the brush in half. It's another one where I might try to put some of the light there, blending brush again, and then we'll just push that around. That is why this has only taken, 3 hours, 21 minutes. That is how long we've been working on this. Grand total of 3 hours and 22 minutes now. His footsie there needs to not only be light, but a little bit more of the brown there, so that's going to stand out from the wall here. Let me hit it this way. Come on. Something lighter there, and now, fine. We'll use some of that ice blue in there. Make this area a little lighter here. Ah, good. Okay, so now, see how our building, it stands out. It's dark. You should say, oh, the dark thing is going to go to the background. Not so here. The dark is going to actually come forward by us adding all of this lighter stuff behind it. Now, see, that is in the shadow of this wing, so I really cannot make that too much lighter. I was going to try and make this a little lighter, especially along here, but I don't know if that's a good idea. Well, I'll try a little teensy bit here, see how that works. Come on. There. There's a couple. Yep, let me try and get a couple of these little spines here. That. Here. That kind of disappears as we work our way down on these spines, scales, whatever they are. Speaking of scales, we have to get these, I think, a little color on those, or a little mid-tone on those at least. And brush away on it here. Using that as essentially a very, very tiny filbert brush. It's like a micro filbert brush there. What's gonna happen with just a little bit more there. Let me try this. Let me try. It's almost like there's a dew claw there. Yeah, I think that's what that is. Like coming down there. With this, well, see if I lighten up this stuff too much, then the cracks that we did there, it's gonna lose that light. I don't know if we want that to happen. I might try to get Perlene Black with this here. Is that going to be too much thinner? I'm going to put that on there, and now blending brush time. And we'll just we'll spread that around. Spread it around again. Try that again. Where are we at here again? I wanted to have that little touch of the greenishness to it. You know, maybe I'll just use some of the radiant green. There's just a few spots here, and I'm going to use actually a different blending brush. Let's use this one. There we go. I always just have a collection of essentially craft brushes sitting around, and that's that works out pretty well. They're very cheap. They tend to be kind of on the softer side. You know, if they get beat up or whatever real quick, I mean, they were practically pennies on the dollar, so not a problem. I throw some of that down here. Oh, the other thing I could do, and I used to do this a lot, was to take weathering powders. Yeah, I could throw some weathering powders down there, like on this part, and then it would almost be like there's some dust that's getting kicked up or whatever. Let's go back to this. I'm going to try and get this side of the stones here, and that's a little bit of that grenishness. What's on there already, well, that's a little bit more, almost like a Payne's Gray. It is kind of Payne's Gray because we did a glaze of the Payne's Gray mixed with some of the black. Tempted to make the top of that stone a little lighter, but obviously not too much because, I mean, there's a big old Felby sitting right over the top of it. And we'll try to catch a little more light on the top of these stones. There's not a whole bunch I want to do down in here. Because, well, you can't see a whole bunch of that now, can you? Hey, Meth Muffin, how you doing? Thanks, Meth Muffin. Appreciate that. That's a whole year worth. That is 1 year worth. Thanks, Meth. Well, happy Friday to you. I hope that you're doing very well. Let me, not anything else down there. But yeah, see, in here, not really, not much point to, actually, I'm gonna, if anything, I'm gonna add some dark down in there. So, Meth Muffin, I hope that everything has been going great for you. Van Dyke Brown, maybe? Van Dyke Brown. No, 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 no. That's it. That's it. I'm looking at the browns we did over here. That would be the brown ochre, and that is one of those Gamlin reclaimed earth colors. And essentially, this it's like a supercharged burnt umber. It's more opaque, definitely, than burnt umber. That's the key thing, but it also just has more intensity to it. Actually, if I want to do certain colors of mud, this is the thing I am mixing with the plaster. So again, when we do that vehicle, the second part of that vehicle's workshop there, I'm gonna try that. I'm definitely gonna try. Well, look at that. We, there now you can see it. Sorry about that. I was wondering if you would be able to see what I was doing there. Something told me that maybe you wouldn't be able to see. Let's throw a little bit of that over here. Just get some kind of staining running down there, whatever. Actually, I think we should, yeah, catch a little more dark on that, and then maybe even a little bit of staining there. Back to the Van Dyke Brown. Speaking of which, I'm going to try and do this a little more there. Getting a little bit of streaking and staining. We should do that here on this window for sure. Let me get a little bit more of that down under here. So again, about 3.5 hours in. Then I'm going to do I think, yep, here's some of it here. I'm just going to let the pin line wash do the talking here. That would just be easier. Maybe even blend it with what's there, because again, everything that's already there is wet. All this is wet paint here. Very much wet paint. Now on the, oh, I never did this. Okay, we'll go with the purple, go with some of the perline red, more purple. Chuck some of that into here, and now we'll use that, and that should be kind of a dirty violet, dirty little violet. I think that, no, dirty little magenta. That was a color that we had for a while. It would just be random mixtures of our, say, violet and some of our red or whatever, and then some kind of later color, but very dingy, not like quinacridone magenta or something. So I don't, with the tongue sometimes, especially with creatures and stuff, maybe doing the tongue that's a bit more towards, say, violet or whatever, violet gray, instead of just, well, pink or whatever. Actually makes them look a little bit more terrifying and fearsome and a little bit less, like Barney the dinosaur or something. Just makes them look perhaps a little more fearsome. I don't know how much lighter I would want that tongue to be on the end. We'll just say that's as light as it's going to get. There, okay. That's it. couple of little lights there. Actually taking some of that violet, putting that on some of the stones here. And as I mentioned, all of these little stone formations there, those were added. Same thing with the skelly bits over there. That was all added. These were 3D printed. Obviously the Fell Beast was too. That's from Navarette Studios. I'm trying to think if there is all 9 of the Fell. I think there's all 9 of the Nazgul, each one on a very unique Fell Beast, which GW never did. Now, who knows? Maybe that's something they do now that they're redoing the game, and there's going to be, because they have tie-ins to the Hunt for Gala movies too. It's not just the War of the Rohirrim movie. So we'll see what GW is going to do with all that stuff. You know what, I'm going to maybe roughen that texture a little bit, and then where's this brush here that we're trying to use as a blending brush. So I wasn't trying to do a dark line there. See how we just spread that out. Let's see. I'm going to keep going with some of this dark in between these scales just to get a little more, I get definition in there. I was considering going a little bit lighter on the rust color, but what if I just go darker on the metal? These wings are really sticking out here, and the wings, they're actually getting caught on this light right here again. This is one of our LED lights there that has the 3 different brightnesses. So that's super handy. I might have to get some more of my lighter stuff there too. First I'm going to get a little touch darker there, and now here on his boots, this is where I'm going to go back to the Perline Black, because there's actually some armor there, also the stirrups. We should have a little something going on down there. Again, look at while I'm holding this brush. Nowhere near that metal ferrule. No need to make it super light since that is entirely in shadow there. However, I'll use this brush. We're going to take a little bit of this. This is some of our initial dry brush color, but there's absolutely nothing going on there. We need a little something there. Again, it should be in shadow, but we need just some hint of mid-tone or something there. And maybe that's just it. That's all we do there. And we don't really need anything else. We have our light up here. Let me go back to my fast matte white to see if there's anything else. Fast matte white for his staff here. Can we make this at all lighter? I think we can do. Yeah, we can actually make that a little bit lighter there. Yeah, we can. Also, I think there's some light we can catch over here too. And I think here on this armor, just looking for a place to stick my hand there. Ah, there's a good spot. There's an edge right over here that's got nothing on it. Also gonna try and do some little chips in there. Yeah, there we go. Where this kind of glowing light might catch the edges and a few of those. I see that I'm going to have to take my, I almost said indigo, because that's where the indigo goes usually, but that is the Payne's Gray from Williamsburg to tighten up that edge there, and then maybe even do some other little, again, darker chips or whatever on that. This might be another area where we get some more light. Oh, okay, I see we have another, one of his little shoes over here. And even that might actually catch a little bit of the glow from that, because I was going to be doing something over here too. So I'm making that a touch lighter. I'll use this as a blending brush. Again, we're not doing this, we're basically tapping it like that's a little bit like Morse code there. Now we've got something that's really light, and that will hopefully go right on the edge here. Or again, maybe that light is catching his, there you can see his little boot or shoe or whatever down in there. Now here, where that light might be catching a little bit more of the wall, I'm going to put some of that here. Think of it like, where's our ones with the torches? Think of it a little bit like this. See how that's spreading out on the wall? That's kind of what this is doing here, just on a smaller scale. Yeah, not too much. I think I'm going to lighten this right up on that edge. A little something here. Then more there, and then that too. Okay, right along that. You know what? I think it kind of sort of reaches some of this stuff over here. So I will also hit a few of those scales with this light to represent maybe that his staff or whatever is reaching that. On his, well, there's I think two places like here, and then one over there where I'm just going to try and go really, really light. I'm not even going to do that one so much. Put a little something more there, but then that's it. And remember the difference I talked about between the Navarette Studios as far as the assembly goes. There's a whole lot less post printing work to do on the Navarette Studios, whereas the Medusa Project ones, those there's a lot of green stuff work you're gonna have to do on those, unfortunately. Let me see if this is a little lighter. Yeah, okay. So the little membrane in between the, I guess the elbow or whatever. Now that's got something. I think I should maybe get something a little lighter on those veins, except let me go back to some more of the brown, because that'd be too light. Come on. Fortunately, I already have some other paint that's sitting here that I can basically mix with. All right, now I can see those veins a little bit more. Touch later on the top of that one. You know, there are some. That's a little too late. Let's back up a little here. And okay, that I can sort of live with. Rotate you around here. He grabbed my light and took that with him. Because I need to get, if I'm going to do that light over there, I better do it on this side. No, I think he's blocking that from making it over here, but we're just going to have some of the ambient light. Maybe we will also, here, get a little more thinner on that. Thin sticks to thick and vice versa. So yeah, and it doesn't necessarily mean, okay, you got a pin line wash and then you have other paint that's practically right out of the tube thick. It could just be a 5 to 15% difference. That would all it would take. And next thing you know, it would there would be enough difference, just enough difference in the consistency, because if you try to just, well, obviously something that's almost a pin line wash on top of a pin line wash, that's not going to work. And if you just try to keep piling up thick paint on top of thick paint, well, that's also not going to work super well. Touch more of our, like the, yeah, okay. And I'm looking up here on this wing. I think there's a, yeah, I think we need to get some more of our light up here. Along these spines. So that'll be a challenge. Definitely be a challenge to do that. Take some of the fast matte white. Also some of the yellow. Mostly because running out of places to put my finger. I need to get even lighter than that. Now, here's a case where that's kind of on the thicker side. I will thin it down, but I can only go so far because too much, that'll turn it into a pin line wash. And with the oils, that means it's going to literally be able to get anywhere. Because the capillary action of the oils is just massive compared to any acrylic. I mean, it's hydrodynamic. There is no way around that. The oils are far thinner than water. It's the reason why oil floats on water. Also, too, with the oil paints, we use a high quality odorless thinner, very high quality, and we're just literally using a tiny little water bottle cap of it, so there's not going to be any scent or smell from that. And then for cleaning the brushes, we use this. We're not using the thinner to clean the brushes. The thinner thins the paint, doesn't it, Denethor? How you doing, Denethor? Yep, this is the fourth. Well, it's the third of the Navarette Studios that I've painted. If you count Camul and the let's see, the Knight of Umbar. That's five of them. So Denethor, how you doing? It's like, could you maybe not bust up the joint quite so much when you show up here? He's like, dude, I gotta land somewhere. He's like, how about a nice nest? Like twigs and branches and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm not a construction kind of guy. I just kind of set up residence where I like. And they wonder why I set myself on fire. So thanks, Denethor. Hey there, Symes, how you doing? So Denethor, the Halloween cookies. There we go. So the Halloween cookies, they did get their frosting, and then they were placed in boxes for distribution to neighbors and friends. So Symes, I hope that you're doing super, super well. Great to see you. And Denethor, if you want to share your link in the chat there, please go ahead and do that. I'm gonna maybe hit these veins up here. Yeah, actually I have a decent color for doing that too. So this vein right here. So Denthor, you want to share your again your Discord link? That'd be fantastic. Now he had Denethor. Well, it's that tradition, right? I think Denethor. You remember the cookie decorating stream that we did 4 years ago, and that was the last time the cookies were ever made. So it's something that was a tradition that we used to do every single year, and to kind of restart that seemed to be good, and also a nice way. Well, I gave some to the guys at the pharmacy because they went well above and beyond anything they should have ever had to do. So we appreciate them, and hopefully, well, hopefully they enjoy the cookies. There we go. A little bit lighter stuff on those, right there. Thymes. Now, of course, the oils do help make short work of it. What was it? 3 hours and 52 minutes ago. This had no paint on it whatsoever. Now, Simon, do you have the GW traditional kit, or do you have yourself? I'm guessing it's probably the traditional GW one. Recoil. This one has been. Well, I was kind of looking forward to it being on the building because of the old Witch King that we did. Now, speaking of GW kits, and we did paint this one on stream. We did actually paint this on stream. Now, this was done with the pre-glaze method. Here, we didn't do the pre-glaze. We did the darker primer and then the dry brushy stuff. And Recoil, of course, if you want to share the buggies and the rangers in the chat, everybody please give Recoil 13 a follow. So Recoil, sorry I couldn't join you in the stream. Last night I was filming, oh my gosh, until almost 6 something in the morning. Yeah, I think it was about 5:45 in the morning. I was still filming. Yeah, times now even the newer kit still has a lot of that going on, but the old one, and of course, well, we painted the old metal Balrog here. Yes, that is the metal Balrog. That is not, while the wings are plastic, everything else is metal. My guess is they'll probably be doing a new Balrog. I know they have a plastic one. So Denethor, the whatchamacallit, they all come with the, again, this one is the Navarette Studios. It comes with the base here, but all of this stuff was added. I wanted to do this in a video. There just was not time to be able to do it. These, I think, are from Goon Master Games. These rocks right here, so all around here, Make It Epic basing bit there, more of the rocks there, and then another Make It Epic basing bit over there. Yeah, actually, if you want to see the session where we painted the Balrog, all the sessions are saved as highlights. Now I can't put them in playlists or anything, but they do have a thumbnail. So if you look around, oh, I don't know, about 3.5, 4 years ago, there's a metal bow rug being painted. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Recoil just posted. Some fabulous buggies and such there. And then please check out the link that Denethor posted. It must be a Discord. Yes, a Discord link there. So Symes, one of the things that you can do is, well, and I did here was primer painting. Right, you actually can do some of the painting, but you do it with primer instead of just priming it black. You can, in the case here, I was brushing on the primer. I brushed on some inks, right, mixing it with the Stino Res primer. So that could be one potential way. Let me see something here. Try that. Something over here. I'll use you as a bit of a blending brush there. So that was that little pinline wash that I set in there. This is the kind of stuff that I would do with the weathering powders. More of my light stuff here. So that would definitely, I don't believe that would be a green alliance. I don't know if it's a red alliance, but at best it's a yellow alliance, which would then cause you to lose your army bonuses, which usually that's not really worth it. So yeah, the Balrog, the Moria list, there's only a few things I believe they can ally with, and I'm pretty sure that Mordor is not something, unless there's something I don't remember. Now, of course, all of this stuff is probably going to change because, well, they're redoing MESBG. So all of that could change. Who knows? Maybe they wipe out the Alliance Matrix altogether. And basically everything is a Legendary Legion. I have a little bit of a inclination to think that's the way they're going to go. Because in tournaments, you essentially, or battle reports, you see about the same 3 armies over and over and over again. So recoil, it depends on what you use as the liquid part. 2 things you could use, rubbing alcohol or the pigment fixer. And we did a couple of things. This was one, actually we did this one on stream, I think. Yeah, that is basically white weathering powders mixed with the rubbing alcohol and or the, actually Rico, I got some videos. I got some YouTube vids, but I also have some, whatchamacallit, tutorial vids. I think we did the same thing here, yeah. I think some of that is also the same deal where we took weathering powders and we basically liquefied them and we painted them on. So recoil, the advantage of the rubbing alcohol, if you're doing something like winter white wash, is that you can literally wipe it away. Now the disadvantage is until you seal that, you can wipe it away. But once you seal it, it should be set in place. Now, obviously, that wouldn't work with our brush-on Army Painter anti-shine because, well, we'd be brushing it away. So that's where, again, the pigment fixer would work. But again, the pigment fixer, unless you work super, super, super fast, and you can, I have done it. It'll kind of set in place, and you lose the ability to manipulate it, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. There's my blending brush that I want. for this, like so. It was some of the Gasland stuff. I was wondering. Wait, I know we were doing a series of things. There was actually a school bus recoil. I'll try and find you the links to it. But I think it was a two-part episode. And the school bus, I mean, it was a massive school bus, but it was done for Gaslands. So there was all kinds of mass amounts of weatherings, and I was using the pigment fixer. I was using the rubbing alcohol, which I guess most other folks refer to it as the ISP or whatever. I just call it rubbing alcohol. So yeah, Rico, I'll shoot you a link on it because I think those are Patreon vids. Yeah, it was. I think that was before Vehicles Workshop, before the modern day. I think it was. Yeah, before the modern day Vehicles Workshop. I think it was a few years before that. Nope, I need to go a little lighter on the end of that. Okay, fine. There's that blending brush again. Never really did finish off that one blending brush. So you can see this whole thing, there was nothing there not very long ago. So yeah, recoil. I'll just send you the. I'll send you the link there, because there's two episodes. That way you don't have to go hunting around for it. Well, Symes, good luck, and Symes again. Let me see. Here we go. If you have, see, larger brushes like this, larger brush like a filbert brush, are really handy for painting things like the wings. I don't think you have the oil paints, do you, Symes? But I mean, these wings took minutes to paint with the oils. And again, see these little spots right here? We could very easily dry brush those in. I need to do a little bit more of that down here. And I think I will use this. And we'll use this, and that's again going to be more of a dry brushy kind of thing. So yeah, Simon, maybe it's maybe you could maybe even just try one wing or something like that. Again, if you don't like it, you can always just paint over it, prime over it, whatever. But it might prove helpful because it sure has made these wings very easy. So Symes, again, the one of the key things with the oil paints, right? Less is more. More is way too much. And as you can see, a lot of this is almost kind of a dry brush type of thing. So layering like you would do with standard acrylics, you'll end up getting kind of frustrated there at the very least, because it'll be troublesome to keep applying the paint. Also, it's going to take a long time to dry. So yeah, that's going to lead to some frustration. But there's nothing wrong, Symes, with doing a little bit, then you let it dry, right? And you come back to it later after it's dried. So yeah, nothing wrong with that. That is perfectly fine. Nope, Symes, all of this is done, let's see, 4 hours. 4 hours ago, all of this was just primer. But as you're getting used to the oils, maybe you do a little bit, you let it dry, then you come back to it. Maybe as you get a little more experience with it, right, you get more used to it, then you start saying, I'm going to try a little bit more of this in the wet into wet style. And the other thing you can try to do is two colors, one dark color, one light color. In this case, Van Dyke Brown and Brilliant Yellow Pale. Just do a value study. That way you're not struggling, right? Trying to figure out, okay, what the heck am I doing here? right? With all these different colors, because that's what we did in watercolor class. We had exactly one color. Its name was Van Dyke Brown. Coincidence, right? So yeah, just do single value studies like that, and that might be very helpful. Again, it kind of takes what would you say? It takes some of the variables out of it. Takes away a little bit of the anxiousness. And of course, well, you want it to be fun, right? You definitely want painting to be fun and not something that's gonna cause anxiousness. And then, of course, having the things like the blending brushes. I just use the same craft brushes and everything that I use for all my other stuff. So nothing different, nothing fancy. Synthetic brushes. Should I spy with my little eyes something over here that I'm also going to just dry brush some lighter colors on. I mean, it can't get any simpler than this. And also, too, that's why this is going to dry so much quicker, because that's all we're doing. We are just literally dry brushing on a little paint. However, with the oils, when you dry brush stuff, since it's so smooth and easy to apply, it's not going to have that texture, right? That sort of grainy texture. Let me go back to my greens here. Well, pearly black. It's a greenish gray. We are going to get that on the cloak here. I saw this up here and I realized, yeah, we never really did do some more stuff on these parts of the cloaks or clothes, whatever. We need to just do a little something, a little suggestion of a mid-tone down in there. That's all we had to do. That's more than enough. Well, it looks like we are now 40 followers away from that big significant number. Yeah, let's, yep, 40 away. So we want to thank all the folks that followed tonight. We appreciate that. Obviously, Gandalf loves all of his little hobbitses. Some say he only loves them for the pipeweed, but thank you so much for those follows. I'm going to a little more of that on this side. Okay. Let's do a little film noir here. Yeah. All of a sudden, the wings, they kind of almost look flat. A lot of this looks flat. We call it limit. That's why I never like the term "oh, limited palette" and all that kind of stuff, because it makes you think, oh yeah, limited palette. You can't do nothing with color. You certainly can't have reds and greens and browns and blues. Oh wait, we do. It's kind of more of a blue. We have a little hint of green there. There's our browns, kind of a reddish brown. Some greens, almost some ochres out there. Turn it this way, you can really see some of the ochres and greens in there. You can see a definite difference in the color of this and the color of this, right? Those are two different colors. How's about we do another? Yeah, there's shading, but now that the structure and our Nazgul, or Felbeast, they don't quite stand out from each other like they do now with that color. The warmer color there, very neutral, cool color out here. You can do that with your phone. You can do that with your phone. Just take a picture of it. You go. Every phone has some kind of app. You can get in there and kill the color. Do that and see what you find. You probably find it very interesting. Also throw a little bit of that green down in there. Now, one thing we have not done is take some of our super dark here, and this is something, a new little thing I've been doing, actually with, it kind of started with the Fell Beasts here, something I wasn't really doing before. So we're doing this. That is not super glazy right there. However, this is basically just straight up, almost straight thinner here. And what that does is it actually takes that color that's just kind of more of a application, and then it spreads it around. So that is not something I only started doing that with the Fell Beast because, well, as we like to say here, desperation is the mother of invention. And it's a whole lot easier to place that there and then sort of bring the thinner to it, then mix it up over here, drag it over here. So that is something that I've only started doing in the last week? Yeah, something-ish like that because well, we only what was it last week, right? That we started painting the Fell Beast. No, it was yeah, it was last week then this week. Just a couple of weeks of painting Fell Beasts. No, 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 not that brown. This brown. Here. Okay, so we did that. Right now we've got essentially mostly thinner here. Look at this. Look at that. That wouldn't work too shabby for vehicles either. Right, what we just did there, that could work on vehicles too. Throw a touch more of it right in there. So now that's really going to stand out from this cooler color here on the building. Big time difference. What are we doing here? A little bit of that down here. More, a little bit more of that. Again, that's that nifty Gamlin color. It's one of those reclaimed earth colors. So basically, it was a mine with all. It was basically a big toxic dump right there, and they essentially set up a paint factory on site and collected that stuff and got rid of all the hazardous materials and just kept the iron and the oxides, and they made paint out of it. Super fabulous. Hey there, Arid, how you doing? So, Arid, how did the stream go? I hope it was fun, and I hope that you're continuing to make lots of progress on all those projects. And of course, please post your Pinterest links in the chat so that folks can see those. So everybody please give Arid Camweb a follow. Maybe that was a little more than we wanted there. Not sure. We'll figure that out at some point here. Glad that would be. Or it went well, and hopefully the usual nighttime routine has been accomplished. Dog taken care of, all the good stuff. I'm going to try the. Well, okay, there's some extra white in there. Oh, that's where it's coming from. All right, fine. Because I like this little bit of green. It's almost like it's got some mossiness to it. And drag some of that down here. Oh yeah, you know what? These spear poles here, there's just the darker stuff on them. We need a little something lighter there. Yeah, recoil. I thought they had done a bunch of them. I guess so far they've only done the 3. For whatever reason, I thought there were multiple sets. Well, I haven't checked lately. But Armored Wolf said, hey, you might want to check this out. And we, our love affair with the oxides. Yeah, Arid, it's weird. There's people from Tennessee that are sending me pictures of Aurora Borealis, and there's nothing here. Now, again, it's probably the light pollution. Who knows? Maybe even after the stream, I might try to go out there and see if there's something I can see. I kind of doubt it. I just think that is not something we're meant to see here in the city. Because someone said, take your camera and put it on nighttime settings, which I did, and I saw nothing. Obviously, they would be, you're looking towards the north, and there was nothing to see, not here anyway. So again, everybody please check out that Pinterest link that Irid just posted. Please give Irid a Camwave a follow. So Irid, you'll be doing your usual Saturday stream, right? 7 p.m. Pacific time. Yeah, Irid, I mean, that is like historic far south to be able to see it. I mean, even just here is kind of a wow, that's a rare thing. Tennessee, Kentucky, that's definitely very rare. Again, I'll maybe try to, well, see, again, the problem is there's a bunch of street lights in the alley north of the house. I mean, I'm sure if you were out at a farm or something like that, probably easily be able to see it, even in a forest preserve. I need more thinner to help this flow. Not too much thinner so that it turns into a pin line wash, but just a little something so that I can. Okay. Let me take some of that away. Oh, geez. Yeah, here, that's fantastic. You can see it with the naked eye. I was trying to tell somebody earlier that I knew exactly where the Andromeda Galaxy was, and it's a monstrous object. I think it takes up twice the amount of arc in the sky that the moon does. But because of all the light pollution here, I never saw it. I mean, I was literally looking for it with binoculars. I think maybe once or twice in the winter when it was 0 degrees or something like that, I might have seen a faint hint of something. So yeah, Eric, they were saying, well, if you use your camera, you'll be able to pick up some. And well, all I got was just a somewhat grayish dark sky, and that was the extent of it. Not not a whole bunch, unfortunately. They were catching mostly reds, actually. I always kind of think of it as more greens and turquoises, but they were catching some reds. Now, that might have been the night setting on the camera and a little bit of infrared whatever, because that does have the longest spectrum wave on it. Yeah, Irid, I mean, maybe I will just try and hop out there and see what can be seen. I think that was before I started the stream. That was, I want to say, about 9:45 my time. Trying to maybe cut a little bit of the lighter side on some of the cracks here. Yeah, you're right. It wasn't until I was basically on a farm in the winter time, and it was about maybe 15 degrees or so outside. Then I could see it. Before then, not so much. I mean, I didn't even have to look hard for it there. Yeah, here it's just the street lights, and of course there's the airport near here. The airport is basically a mile away, so there's tons and tons of lights. Also factories, also trains. So I have I have a feeling between all the factories and everything else, there's just so many lights on around here. Hey, Red Razor, nice to see you again. Happy Friday. I hope that you are doing very well. You know what? I'm going to toss me a little more of the. Oops, I said a little bit, not a lot of it. There we go. Again, down here, that's where the weathering powders could be pretty nifty down here. Yeah, Era, things like comets, aurora borealis. I mean, just trying to find the Jovian or the Galilean moons, right? That are bigger than some planets with the binoculars and really struggling even in the depths of wintertime. It's hard to see just that. And it's funny because they've tried to change the street lights to have less energy being used, but that hasn't really helped. So again, just a few more lights on the, see that? See that's starting to pick out some of the edges on the stones there. I'm gonna try that a little more over here. Perhaps even have some cracks or whatever there. And once again, it's kind of the same deal as what we were doing here. Right, so it's sort of obviously that torch is way closer, but it's still the same sort of effect, right? And again, we paint all these up on, well, actually this one's a Patreon video, but here's a Denethor that we painted up on stream with that same effect done with the oils, of course. And again, all you got to do is just look for the thumbnail of it, and you'll find the episode. Of course, the one thing that's been very nice is that it's getting darker. Not just sooner, but it's staying darker for longer, thank goodness. Which means when it's 6 something in the morning, there's not actually sun streaming through the windows. Makes it a whole lot easier to try and get to sleep then. Oh yeah, so that's it. We didn't do too much of it, but now I'm starting to feel there's a little bit of action on those stones. Here, not gonna do too much because, well, here I can do some. But over here, right? I mean, there's a wing, there's his leg, there's a tail, there's all kinds of stuff casting shadows there. I mean, you could use our little trick with the flashlights, right? Shine the flashlight on there, and that will show you where your light should hit. The further away the flashlight is, the more diffuse your light's going to be, and you could take a picture of that, and poof, you got yourself a reference image for your light. If you point it right at it, like right above it, now you actually have that harsh moonlight. Because remember, moonlight is very hard. I mean, this could almost be like he's by moonlight or something. Yeah, because there's there's not a whole lot of the reflected light, and with moonlight there is virtually no reflected light. Yeah, recoil. I was gonna say now. Obviously, it depends on where you are, but winter over there, you're talking about on average. Well, let's see. In Celsius, maybe you're talking 10 to 15 degrees Celsius on average during the winter, whereas here it's more like 0 to 10 degrees Celsius in the winter. But summer there, yeah, I don't know if you're immediately headed for 40s, but my guess is there's some 30s in your future. That's what I'm thinking. There might be some 30s headed your way. Was it last year or the year before recoil where it was a furnace? Catching some more light here because, well, again, now while we're 4.5 hours in, and I don't think I'm going to need to stick my hand over here quite so much, so I think I can do that. Yeah, recoil, my actually fall is my favorite time because that tends to be the mildest weather. Not too hot, not too cold, nothing crazy going on. So September and especially September, but even kind of midway through October. So there we go. A little bit extra light there on those things. Let me see if we can also maybe do that over here. I figured that it's boy. I'm trying to think if I've ever been in the winter time. Yeah, I've never been in a warm place in winter time. And if anything, I've only been in a colder place. Yep, that's pretty much it. In wintertime, I've only gone from here to a colder place. Never any place warm or something like that. Hey there, Nerifel. Nice to see ya. So, Nerifel, if there's anything you want to post in the chat, please go ahead. So, Nerifel, I was able to deliver the first few batches of cookies like you heard. And it would seem that I did get the recipe correct and mixed it as reasonably well with that 60 some odd year old mixer. There is a new one here because Prime Day. Yeah, I figured that recoil, that they're a lot easier to go somewhere where it's in the winter where it's even hotter. But yeah, I've been to Minnesota in winter. And again, that the place where I actually did manage to see the Andromeda Galaxy was, I think it was Deerfield, Wisconsin, or something like that. Again, a small town, maybe 25 minutes away from Madison. Now, Nerifeld, you didn't go to Gamehole Con, did you? I don't think so. Pretty sure you didn't. Alrighty. What's you know what? This is all just rust over here. We gotta get some kind of lighter stuff on this. There we go. And I looked over at that and I went, wait a minute, that is just one big rust pile there. I need to get a little something dark here to separate his thumb from the reins. Been meaning to do that for a while. Oh wow! So that I wasn't. I got the name right. Well, that's. Thanks, Aaron. Makes me feel good that I actually remembered. The last time I was there was probably 2019, and yeah, that's my memory is, as you can tell, it's not so fantabulous. I'm gonna see if I can go even. Come on, lighter with my rust here with the some of that Mars yellow deep. We love our Mars colors. The Mars red, the Mars violet, the Mars, especially the Mars yellow deep. That is our souped up yellow ochre. Now that's funny, Arid. That is one of the early landmarks that I would use going up to Kathy's mom and dad's house. Obviously, as you get further north, you get to Toma and Nisita. But Stoughton, yeah, that was one of the kind of first sort of landmarks on the way there, I think. Now, recoil, Adelaide is wine country, right? Because that's what Victoria always told me, was that Adelaide was kind of wine country. Well, because it is sort of hot, like you're saying there. And whatever grapes or vintages that like hot, well, they're gonna like it in Adelaide. So there's no exact halfway point between White Bear Lake and here, but I think it was Toma. I think Toma is where you got the orange moose, right? The big orange moose. Or is that Nissina? No, that's Toma. I think has the big orange moose and the Mars Cheese Castle. This is a cuisine channel after all. Okay, here is some of my lightest rust. This is the most rust we've put on one of these guys. It just seemed like with the light there, all the rest of them have been more like a bronze type of a thing. Little touch more of it there. And again, this is from Navarette Studios here. 3D printed. Now, color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. We are going to try and put some of that lighter rust color, because guess what? It's got a lot of our yellow ochre in there. There, so yes, I've been basically here for quite some time. The old man of the neighborhood. Actually, there's one of the neighbors I dropped off the cookies to. There's some of the last of the originals. Their house was built in 1956. And where my house is, there was nothing. There was just a field. So the Barossa Valley is the wine area, but a good healthy distance from Adelaide. You know what, I'm gonna get a little more of that lighter rust on there. So I must have 2 layers of rust. So thanks Armored Wolf for posting a link to the YouTube channel. I will try to, actually I was going to try and do one of the fell beasts. I think it was, yeah, it was going to be this one here. I was going to try and turn this into a shortened session. Again, you can see all the nifty colors on the wings, so very different. Right here we got some violet on the wings, and there's even more pronounced green. But here we were able to do the spots and such, because I thought, well, we haven't done that on any of them yet. And then here's our one with the red sword. Again, a little different. The wings had to be darker. Look at how much, yeah, look how much lighter those wings are, because we wanted that source lighting to be a little bit less intense, but still show up. And then here, this had a lot of lots of blues in it, right? Bluish grays. And then here, some greens. And then, of course, that was our fabulous cobalt teal bluish. So only 50 minutes from Adelaide. There we go. Generally, it's easier for folks from Australia to understand distances between cities than it is, unfortunately, for folks from Europe. Because just to get to Kathy's parents' house from here is about 439 miles. Which I'm thinking that's somewhere in the neighborhood of 600, 439. That's like 590 some odd kilometers, right? No, that could be about 602, 605 or something. So says my internal brain calculator, which is very defective. Alright, got a little bit more of that same rust color out here. Again, color goes somewhere. It must go everywhere. I might even throw some of that here on some of these scales. Little something there. Where's that fabulous brown? We're going to mix that with this. And we're going to try to get a little something under here. There's that vein right there. Because 1,000 kilometers would be about 610 miles. Try to get a little bit more of my light over here. And more of our texture there. I might not go, oh, you know what? Let me go with some darker stuff. Let me try that. Van Dyke Brown might just do the trick. No, actually, that we've gotten that pretty darn dark. Yeah, that's about as dark as it can be. Not too shabby. So Nerifil, actually, was there any painting project that was just kind of something that you've been pondering, or is it just been a little too difficult with work schedules and everything to really ponder doing a whole bunch of painting stuff? Should I try to get some of my... Yep, wait, more thinner, more thinner. Not to a pinline wash, but definitely a little more thinner here. All right. So these guys here, let me get a little sharper edge on those. We need to do that here too. All right, same with the Van Dyke Brown again. Nerifel, oh geez, was it Michael? Who was it? I think it was either Michael or Horns fan that would literally have some kind of gobbledygook showing up on the screen about every 15 minutes or so, and that was the cat literally walking across the keyboard or doing something on the keyboard. Well, naturally, I mean, the intelligence of a cat. It's like, hey, you look kind of tasty there. It's like, well, you're the chicken. No, they keep calling me a murder chicken, but you look very tasty. It's like, I actually am a god and I'm gonna hunt you. It's like, I don't think so. I think it's gonna work the other way. That's really rude. There's some prinkles for you, Harry fell. Nary Phil, I mean, did he get some bad catnip or something? Where's that shrew? Now I'm stuck on that Shadow Gray name. Holy smokes. A GW code that I probably haven't used in 15 years or even maybe, yeah, at least 15 years. There we go. Okay, that needed to be toned down. Okay, fine. We'll darken you down. Maybe this a little. No, not the Van Dyke Brown. I want the Payne's Gray. Again, that's the Williamsburg Payne's Gray. It's a whole different story. That is a massively different story from, say, Windsor Newton Payne's Gray. Huge difference. Okay, but I think there's a couple of chompers here. Let's get these chompers. something like this. And of course, I could try to do the blood effects too on the mountain. We already okay. We did that one. Now let me go with some of the lightest light here. Hey there, Ratu. Great to see you there, Ratu. I finally was remembered to shoot Bonko a message there. And I think maybe Bonko's starting to do a little bit better, so that is good. So Ratu, I don't know if you saw the pictures of the Halloween cookies, but yes, the Halloween cookies done with the 3D printed cookie cutters. And I mean, this is not all of them, but they're being packed up in boxes here. So there's some of the Halloween cookies right there. And a new mixer arrived today, so it should be easier to make the cookie recipe. And we're gonna stick with the nutmeg log recipe. Now over here, I think I already got some of the chipping going on there. Ooh, this is all rough and tattered up here. How's about we do a little cleanup on that? A little bit of cleanup up here. That's better. Yeah, Arathu, I made 2 batches of the nutmeg log recipe, and then took those 3D printed cookie cutters and just made mass amounts of ghosts and pumpkins, bats, a couple of cauldrons. The colors were not super elaborate, but recoil, I still got to find a much better, some kind of finer application tool for doing the frosting, because those baggies were a nightmare. I think they were even worse than the usual baggies. So yes, I've got to. I'm just gonna have to keep hunting around on Amazon until I find something. Maybe I just need to type in cookie frosting decor or something like that, because the stuff I've been looking at, just didn't cut it. Yeah, recoil. That one, I'm serious. It was like watching Gandalf doing a smoke, a pie, a smoke ring contest with Bilbo or something. And I thought, well, maybe that's not the safest thing to be doing. So I said, maybe a newer one might do a little bit less of the smoking and the hazardous stuff. Be mighty disappointed if it didn't. What do we got going on here? Okay, that was more than I was looking for right there, but I got me a blending brush, so I can just take some of that away. Boom, there we go. All better. Are we adding some more light down here? Yes, we are. So hopefully you and Denethor at least have been able to do some hanging out there, Arathu. Got that shadow grayish color. Oh yeah, okay. Wow, that's a little darker than I thought. Now, I guess as the thing what it wants to do is just kind of go, shoot the other way. Kind of like a toothpaste tube, right, where you're squeezing it and it just ends up going in the opposite direction. We tried using these little, they were almost like syringe type things. And there such was the force of the frosting that the back of the syringe popped off. The thing with the baggies is that, well, ostensibly they're supposed to seal, right? If you use the sealing baggies there. Yeah, these just kind of popped open in the back. So that had never really happened before. I guess I just need to get me some higher quality. I thought I had some decent ones, but maybe we'll just have to make sure we're getting whatever the pricey ones are. There is one tip that's, and I haven't seen it at the store. It's about the right size. Problem is, I need about 10 of those. And then I still need the bags that they attach to. Okay, let me, you know what, we got nothing. And as I said, we did the other foot there. We got to do this one. So let me get some of this here. Brown, where we at here? Start making that a little bit later. Let's use this. Yeah, recoil, I need a Kevlar baggie. A Kevlar baggie might just withstand the intense pressure of the frosting. Yeah, recoil. I'm sitting there doing all the orange stuff, and I'm like, what the heck? What is on my hand here? And I looked, and my entire hand was orange. It had just all kind of started shooting out the back of the bag. So I basically just tried to take my finger and just like spread it across one of the pumpkins. I will say that I must have eaten a lot of that frosting because I was like, this ain't going to waste. I'm just going to be licking this out my fingers here. Oh, you know, here, let me take the same lighter color right here on his shoulder because that's catching the full light here. There is nothing. I don't even think the wing is blocking it here. Now, one of the things that's nifty about this is extremely playable, right? Because I mean, there's your 60mm base. You can certainly get guys mostly around. Obviously, okay, there's the wing over here, whatever. But for the most part, and I mean, if I wanted to, I could raise this up further. I'm not doing that. That's very cool, Arasu. That is very nifty. So nice to be able to do that there, Arasu, and of course, you teach them enough about painting, then you can use them as your own personal painters. You could say, I need like 3 armies by next week, and you just if you get them trained well enough, you just unleash your army on the project, and boom, Arathu has armies. So yeah, recoil. The black container was doing really. I was getting like the best, finest lines ever, and I was doing the spider webs, so I really wanted the fine lines. And then one of the dreaded things that happens, well, like here, that's a little too thick there. Oh, not a problem. We'll just get rid of that here. Next thing you know, one of those little crystals forms, and it blocks the baggie. And yeah, next thing you know, that hole is like 3 times as wide. Yeah, see, Arath, you have to make yourself an army of indentured painters there. And that way, you're just like, oh, well, you know, GW just changed the rules on this again. Looks like you guys need to repaint this entire army with these guys now. So I think, yeah, okay, we got a little bit more of our light right along. Again, this is where that light's going to hit it. See, it kind of sneaks through here, hits that. Not so much down here. You can see I'm not doing a whole bunch there. If anything, making it darker, right? And then in here we did a little bit of a, oop, there you go, a little bit of a glazy thing in there. I don't know how much more of the light I want to get on these scales. Not too much. Again, they are in shadow. And yeah, with this thing, there's no sub-assemblies with this. Also, too, you wouldn't want to paint this with the sub-assemblies because you'd be prone to maybe painting stuff with a whole bunch of light that really shouldn't be very light. So recoil, it's really you're trying to get it to go through that tiny opening. See you later there, Arid. Thank you so much for being here. Everybody, please give Arid Can Wife a follow. And again, Saturday, 7 Pacific will be the next stream for Arid. Be sure not to miss that. So let me see. I think it's a 3/4 of a cup of powdered sugar. I think. Rum and vanilla extract. I think 3/4 of a no. A few teaspoons. That's right. Of half and half. As I get some reflected light on these scales here. Now I just mix it up with a fork. It's not the thickest stuff in the world. It's just when you're trying to get it through that small opening. And again, the other baggies that we had never really exploded out the back like that. So, in fact, I think some of the original ones we just use a twist tie. Now I'm starting to think, I wonder if I maybe have to go that direction. I think I can set my finger over here so I can get the last little bit of light on these scales. Nope, not too much. We take our blending brush and we just, again, it's like we have ourselves an eraser there. Just goes away. What about down here? How much lighter do we want to make that? Not too much lighter. What about our skelly friends? I think those are good to go there. Again, those are from Make It Epic, just like these little skelly friends over here. You know what? Let me take some of my dark here. But yeah, I'm pretty sure those were just some bargain basement bags because all they were for, actually the only reason I got them for was actually putting some peels in when we had to go to the treatments and stuff. And that way I could have some aspirins for and some of the other kind of regular, more daily medications. So yeah, they were never really even intended to store food, much less be used for contents under pressure, right? Recoil. So I think maybe getting some better bags might just do the trick. I don't know. I think we'll just do. It's been a while since I've searched on the Amazons, and who knows? Maybe there's some better stuff out there now. Okay. Try this here. That way. And I'm gonna get I'm gonna get me some more of the light on this. Right over here, we'll take the ice blue Payne's Gray mix. Now we'll go lighter. Maybe just mostly ice blue here. Let me see what we're doing with this. You know what, maybe even on that staff will catch a little more light there. More. Up there. Also there. A little something there. Because that is right on top of this. Okay, fine. We'll use this as a blending brush. Any brush can be a blending brush. Yes, indeed. Oops. Okay. That should be more where there we go. And again, even this, we're using this as a blending brush, right? Whatever, it's a brush that has no paint on it. That is dry. See, I was just about to put light there, and I'm looking down. Oh, look, there's a cloak on top of it. So yeah, I shouldn't do that. Nope, I was going to put some more light down there. I said, nah, that's not going to do it. Up here, though, up here, going with the ice blue, we will break that down a smidge here. Because this is sitting right underneath where that where that glowing staff is. So let me just hit these a little more. This too. You know what? I'm going to also throw a little bit of light on the top of these scales here. These two. Not sure I want this cloak much lighter than that. I do think I need a little light on this edge. Let me see if we can. Okay. Now his hand also kind of emerges from that. I think this, yeah, some more light on his fingers there. So this, I think, makes more sense. Everything else around this had kind of, even the wall did, but all of a sudden these scales over here, not so much. So we needed to hit that too. The side edge of, well, whatever this is, it's gonna get some more. And I think his feet down here, I'm not sure we're gonna do much more light stuff on that. But here, see, we got that nifty little transition there. See, there's some of that green. And by green, I mean that little teensy bit of the perline black, which I'm tempted. Let me try some here. If we don't like it, we can get rid of it. I'm going to sneak a little bit of that into here. Where's my blending brush? And here we go. So it's still just as soft, but we just snuck a little bit of green. We literally have this reddish brown and now a greenish gray side by side here. Yeah, that's kind of nifty. Just turn you around. And we'll maybe work a little bit of that over here too. Blending brush, where'd you go? There you are. Here. Maybe some of that up here as well. No, if I get that too light, I'm gonna go up here with it. blending brush. Where'd you go? Soften that up. So that's what you could do with the oils. I was trying to do that on that latest video with the using the inks. And I mean, you could, if you really worked fast and you just did a tiny little area, you could sort of do that. But these with the oils, I could probably paint 4 of these in the time it took me to do this one with acrylics. And yeah, we will be painting a whole bunch of those on the streams. In fact, Armada Mondays, you might be seeing some of those on Armada Mondays. I do have 2 ships printed out. They're just not really, not exactly prepped, ready to go yet. I still haven't even put the masts and rigging on the on our Corsair ships yet. But now, well, now it is after 4 a.m. here, and it's been it's been 5 hours. Time flies. See what I did there when you're having fun. So I do want to say is thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderation. So sorry everything was so much later here. I want to say thanks to everybody for all the bits, the subs, the follows, the cheers, and the raids. Appreciate all that. Because, yeah, now we're just 40 away. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that, Mom. Thank you so much. Everybody say hello to Recoils. Mom. So, Mom, I think you saw the cookies. I think I sent you the last picture, the roses there. Holy smokes. That, it was kind of almost nighttime, and it was almost more interesting taking the picture of that than during the day. So hopefully I sent you that last rose there, Mom. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. If we can do just a little something there, and then the blank. Okay, there we go. There it is. Oh, that's fantastic. And thanks again, Mom. Everybody say hello to Mom. And wish Mom a fantastic Friday coming up. Well, speaking of Friday, we'll be painting another Fell Beast. That's one of the things we're going to be getting ready here after the stream. Now, Rico, we're going to be streaming later today. If you want to shoot your link in the chat there, please go ahead. So look at this. Very different from here. Let's just bring out our last one again. These are from Navarette Studios. So very different on the wings, wouldn't you say? Look at that. Very, very different. So thanks again, Mom. Really appreciate that. That's going to be super helpful because again, we got some more filament, and that will help recoup that. Ah, okay. So Rico, well, I'll probably try to join you there too. So thanks, Rico. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf. Appreciate everything. We're gonna get this raid underway here, and head up to Kate because Kate is painting. Looks like another bust there. So yeah, this was really, really fun, and we're gonna, guess what, paint another Fell Beast on our Friday stream. So thanks again, everybody, and see you then.